What's up, everyone? Gotta keep you on my toes. Yeah. Beyond me. Beyond me. You would be that quick to the draw. I've been streaming for 2.5 minutes. You literally got in here like the second. Oh, I appreciate that. That's commitment. Gotta love commitment to the bit. All right. Put up some windows. I want to see what we have going on. How to build glitch characters from Planescape. I'm curious. Traverse the plains in style with what is it? Oh, nice. Why the fuck is there no easy way to display dice rolls from D&D Beyond onto OBS? Do you mean like rolling the dice? Or like the physical 3D dice? Or do you mean just like in general a way to display it? So technically speaking, I think you could well, let me think. How would I do it? Because technically speaking, you could go into like my campaigns and then I don't know, let me let's pull up we'll pull up Rhyme, for example. So you could pull up Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, and I'm just going to go to your character and then go to game log on one of your windows, and let's do a window capture. Yeah, okay, yeah. Aside from capturing your browser window, that's literally it. I think that's the only option. You know what? Let me think. So I'm gonna send you a link there. I want to put the roll and put it in front of the person's portrait or camera. Also, I'm doing it out of boredom. Probably never. Yeah. Here. So it looks like somebody actually made something on GitHub where you can essentially have the like the dice roll. I've never really played around with the idea of how to like capture it. This one looks like a slightly different one. See if this video still. Oh, shit. That's not terrible. Okay, it's still just a video capture, but it's basically taking everything that is the character sheet and making it one solid image, and then the dice are rolling on top of that. That's actually pretty baller. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty baller. But the problem with that is that you would only have one person's die rolls at any one given time. So let's change that from die rolls to dice results. Now it looks like still set up an OBS. So that's from a couple years ago. Oh, that's Tailspire. Fuck that. I don't want to get in with Tailspire. Not that I don't like Tailspire, but yeah, just not my thing. I don't know. I guess there would be a way to do it. You know who I could actually attempt to reach out to? I could reach out to the dev over at Encounter Plus. I could try and reach out to Juraj or George. George might honestly have something already. Because in my mind, there's a in my mind, it would be a similar equivalency. What is going on with my stream? What the hell? Does the bitrate look all right to you guys? Okay, that's weird. For some reason on my computer, it like on my test, it looks slow. But the folks over at Encounter Plus, they have the encounter log, which is what I use to send my the dice rolls over to the iPad, so that it like imports the like the initiative, and it shows who rolls what. So obviously that information is available. So I guess you could do that. It would just maybe be a little bit harder, because you'd almost have to like figure out a way to set like the like who is to what. Oh, I don't know, because something like Foundry would have that built in, because Foundry does that. That's something like, there are people that have developed that for stuff like Foundry. I think building it directly into only a wizard could do it. I'll reach out to George. I'll see if that's a thing. Like, could one could you make an OBS source to display dice rolls from a particular player's character sheet? Yeah, I don't know where best to put this one. It's not a suggestion, it's not help, nor ticks and trips. I guess development. Would there be a way to create an OBS overlay to display dice rolls per character. Something that could pull data from D&D Beyond and I'm curious to see what the answer would be on that. All right. Alrighty then. Yeah, I'm curious. I'll let you know. Obviously, I can just shoot you a message outside of stream for that. I'm not curious. I'm probably gonna go and download those digital dice rollers and stuff. Wait, if this is for Twitch, there's an official extension? No, this definitely doesn't work. This does not work anymore. Wait, what the hell? Stop. I know for a fact the official extension doesn't work. This is riveting stream, I'm sure it is. All right. Yeah, sadly I know so they used to have an official D&D extension. And it used to be available on OBS. So pretty much what you would do is on the left you would just turn that on, and if you were playing in like a D&D game, you could go into the extension on Twitch and choose what campaign you were in, and it's basically the same thing as the Baldur's Gate extension. It was basically the same thing as the way that the Baldur's Gate extension worked, where you can see who's in what campaign. Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore. I don't even know. Oh, there's the extensions. You know what? Hold on. Let me see. I don't know. We'll look. We'll take a quick gander here. Dice roll. Well, that's just like right there, smack in my face. What is this? Oh, it's just literally a dice roller. Latest followers, stream avatars. What is that? What? No, I don't want it added. Stop it. I wanted to see what it was. I don't want to add it. All right, let's search. Dungeons. character sheet. That's fine. Access to show Dungeons and Dragons character sheets. Oh, it's just a video overlay. All right. Oh, that's fine and all. Oh. Currently does not support iOS users. That's funny. What is this though? Displays TTRPG character sheets. In what way? I guess D&D doesn't add all the extensions. No, I don't want to. High quality. Roll a 20-sided die with your favorite streamer that enables you to show off your luck. This extension can be used in conjunction with games like D&D, Warhammer 40k, or any game that uses a 20-sided die. Warhammer doesn't use a... Does Warhammer? I thought Warhammer only used 6-sided. No, we don't need that. This extension enables the use of bits. Oh no. Why? Why do you have to pay for that? That's dumb. All right, so let's look up Beyond. Joybox. Plunderdome, no. Dice. A Warhammer uses 1d8. Thank you. Whoa, that's a 2-minute tabletop or no, that's a neutral party wallpaper. I don't know if you're allowed to use that in your advertising, bro. I know neutral party. I don't know if you're allowed to use that. Exchange bits to roll dice on stream. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna use that. Enter DDD. Wait, what? You must what? To be listed as a streamer. Wait, what? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Whatever. I don't care. I don't know what it wants me to do. Uninstall. Sure. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out another day. We'll get some dice on there and we'll do something with it. So. Alrighty then. Trying to have my preview up on my side and it's so laggy for some reason. Keeps momentarily freezing. It's catching me off guard. All right. So yeah, I do want to talk about today. Yeah, we've gone for a little bit. Turn that shit off. You don't want to see yourself. Dude, I feel that. But it gives me anxiety if I don't know whether or not things are in the right spot. So not that I don't have a big screen TV above me where I have my whole OBS setup, but it's my left monitor is my stream preview. And the nice thing with that is that not only can I see my preview, but I can also see my chat over there. And then I also have my chat on the right, because this is where my camera is. So my chat's right here. So oftentimes when I'm talking to you guys, I'm often looking at the chat because it's the same area. You can read. I sometimes dabble. Yeah. So I think it is time to read, though. He can write too. I do have the ability to write. All right, so the first thing I do want to talk about, and I have been meaning to talk about this, I'm going to put a link here in the chat. Go to that link if you have not, or no, sorry, not that link. This link. Go to this link if you have not, and claim your free copy of The Lost Mines of Phandelver. It stops tomorrow, if you did not know that. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are they getting rid of The Lost Mines of Phandelver? They're technically not, but you're not going to be able to claim it for free anymore. And the reason is because previously, in all of the adventures that were available, The Lost Mines of Phandelver was the first one because it was the starter kit. Then obviously you have all these other adventures that came through, leading up to the Dragon of Icespire Peak, which was the Essentials kit, then continuing all the way through to Dragons of Stormwreck Isle, which is the new starter kit, and then culminating with Phandelver and Below the Shattered Obelisk. Now here's the reason why they're getting rid of Lost Mines of Phandelver. As you can see, Lost Mines is from Introduction over to Wave Echo Cave. Then it's, Goblin Arrows, Phandalin, the Spider Web, and all of that stuff. Phandelver in Below is Dangerous Journey, which is the Goblin Ambush, Trouble in Phandalin, the Spider's Web, and Wave Echo Cave. Now, obviously, Phandelver and Below has chapters 5 through 8, which is the whole Shattered Obelisk thing. So because of that, they don't want to be giving away half of their book for free anymore. I don't personally agree with this. I think this is a really bad call. And the reason for that is because Lost Mines of Phandelver has been one of the best introductory adventures for D&D for the last 10 years. It's the adventure that started a lot of online campaigns. Hell, the Adventure Zone started with the Goblin Ambush in their first episode, Here There Be Gerblins. Now, the point that they are making is that they're going to be coming out with a new on October 6th, which should be already out. Intro to Stormwreck Isle will become our free introductory experience. So that's the main thing, is that now it's like, oh, you can just go to Stormwreck Isle and that's where you can, that's the introduction, which I don't even know where that is. I don't know if it would be in the new player guide. How to DM. See, explore Phandelver. Unless maybe tomorrow it goes away. That's, I don't know. We'll have to look. But I just wanted to explain, like, hey, if you have not claimed that, do so. Because that's in my opinion, Phandelver, the Lost Mines of Phandelver is just a great adventure. It is true that it is more railroady. It's a little bit more streamlined there's not a lot of like, oh, let's go up to Neverwinter, or let's, you know, go explore the mountains so much. And it's more guided, but to new players and new DMs, it's an invaluable resource. Now, I do think that Stormwreck Isle has a really good is a really good design as a new adventure, because it is also a little bit more streamlined because it's very small, but it gives the players the opportunity to kind of look around and do the different things there, to go to the Seagrow Caves, go to the Cursed Shipwreck, and then go to the Clifftop Observatory. So I think it's a good one, but I don't know. I think they should have left Lost Mines for free. And I think they should have left Lost Mines being free, and then just allowing the Shattered Obelisk to be what it is, like its own adventure. And I get that that means that, like, if you buy Phandelver and Below the Shattered Obelisk, you're only paying for half the book that you are getting. But I don't know, that just feels like how they should have done it. I don't know. I bought the collector's edition, so I'm who I am. I bought it on here for the, you know, however much money, and yeah, I'm gonna buy it one way or the other. I'm gonna look up this glitch character later. I don't know what this is. Multiverse is vast, complicated things in the Dungeons and Dragons, but even it can't seem to make sense of you. In Turn of Fortune's Wheel, you'll be playing what is known as a glitch character. A glitch character is made up of 3 incarnations, which are different versions of the same person. Interesting. Oh, wait, I think I heard about this. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. There was something, there's like an adventure where, like, you die multiple times. And it's like not the end of the world with you dying. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that in my own time, because what I want to talk about is this. Where's that? That is on dungeonsanddragons.com or D&D Beyond. It's right there. The very first thing on D&D Beyond. Honestly, I look at this at least once a day, just like the different articles that come out. So I just haven't looked at this one, but like I constantly jump back in here and just see. But yeah, so on to the topic at hand. We are going to look at Unearthed Arcana. So a preface of to get you ready for this. Since the inception of 1D&D, each one of the playtests has been regarding the player's handbook. Now, in the beginning, we had the character origins, where we had some races, we had some feats, and we had some rule changes. Expert classes gave us the ranger, the rogue, and the bard. Then we had the cleric, as well as the revised species, druid and paladin, and then 5, 6, and 7 started playing into here it is, the barbarian, fighter, sorcerer, warlock, and wizard, as well as the new weapon mastery in number 5. Number 6 was bard, cleric, druid, the introduction of the monk, paladin, ranger, and rogue, as well as subclasses, new spells, revisions, and feats. And then the last one, which only came out a month ago. So here's a point I want to make, because this is the point that a lot of people are making right now. Okay, So the first UA came out August 18th last year. And then we got a new one that came out about 6 weeks later. And then we didn't get another one until December 1st. So we went October and November. So we had 2 months. Then we had one the end of February. So we went all of December, all of January, and pretty much all of February. Then we got one in April, another 2 months. And then we got one in June, another 2 months. And then we got one in September, another 2 months. Okay. So these last couple have been this very familiar. It's, you know, hey, every 2 months you're going to get a new UA. After a month of it being out, you're going to be able to go in and actually look at it or you know, give your feedback on it. This one just drops a month later, but it's not about the player's handbook. As you can see, it doesn't say that it's Player's Handbook Playtest 8, because it's not. This is the first time that they are introducing stuff more from the Dungeon Master's Guide. Now, there's a part of me that feels that what we're going to talk about doesn't belong in the DM's Guide, and there's a part of me that feels like it does, and we'll get into that. But the other player-facing material with this is Cantrips. But the reason why they put this out, and honestly, in the last 5 UA releases, I wish they would have done something like this every month, essentially. Come out with a player's handbook stuff where it's, hey, this is the stuff that needs play tested. These are the little like things that need messed with. And then after the month, say, okay, here's something that we're thinking of putting into the DM's Guide, because that's what this basically feels like. It's like, hey, here's what we're feeling out for the DM's Guide. What do you think about it? Let us know. And if you like it, cool. If not, let us know. But we got to get into what it is. So let's go ahead and start looking through this. Now, I'm not going to lie. I am going to skip to the bottom first. Okay. Also, I think it's going to be better on my eyes if I do this. Is that better for you guys, having it dark mode? It's better for me, so I'm not like blinding myself. If that's harder to read, just let me know. But I actually want to jump to the bottom and start on the cantrips. Okay, because there's updates to the cantrips. Why did it scroll all the way back up? There we go. Because I had some time to look at this. And there's some kind of crazy changes they did with some of these spells. So the first one here on the left is Acid Splash. So it's still one action. It is still 60 feet, but no longer is it that you choose 1 or 2 creatures within 5 feet of each other. It is now that you hurl an acidic bubble that explodes in a 5-foot radius sphere. Now that means that if, for example, you're working with a grid and you have where 4 squares meet, you can center that bubble right where those four squares meet and hit 4 creatures. Now, technically speaking, you could also hit, I think, 8 if you hit small creatures, and you know they're packed into those spaces. But theoretically, but I mean that's all theoretical. But mechanically, like 100%, you can hit up to 4 creatures with this. Now it is still just 1d6, but hitting 4 creatures with a dex save is pretty damn good for a cantrip. So I really like that. I was actually talking to some friends of mine about these changes, and I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the better ones. All right, so Blade Ward is no longer a one action situation. It is now a reaction. You know, I'm gonna make life a little easier there. So previously it was that you cast it as an action, it lasts for 1 round, and until the end of your next turn you have this resistance. Now it is when a creature that you can see is targeted by a melee attack, you can impose disadvantage on that attack roll. Okay, or sorry, no. When you are targeted by an attack, I got my spells mixed up. When you are targeted by an attack, you can trace this, giving disadvantage on that attack roll. So while it doesn't give you resistance, it does give you the option to potentially mitigate even taking any damage. Being that it is a reaction, in my opinion, just is the change that needed to happen. I love how this is set up now. Because it's a reaction, it also doesn't play into anything that would be like, oh, you can only cast, you know, 1 cantrip and 1 spell per action, because this can be cast at any point and it's not something that you have to worry about or wait about. So I love this. I love how they've done this. Blade Ward has always been one of those spells where it just never made any sense to take it, just because at higher levels, while the damage mitigation would be decent, the problem is that being that it's a full action, it's not worth risking, you know, anything else that you could do. So I like that one. I think Blade Ward is a decent positive change. Chill Touch is now actually a touch spell. So previously it was a 120-foot range spell. Oh, that's why it's falling on my arm. Previously, Chill Touch was a 120-foot range spell that dealt 1d8 necrotic damage, and creatures could not regain hit points until the start of your next turn. So this has been changed to touch and has also been changed to 1d10. Now, honestly, I don't mind this. I don't like the fact that they got rid of the whole if you hit an undead thing, because that was always just like a nice little thing to have, and I feel like losing out on a range of 120 feet to bump up the damage is already enough of a sacrifice. I don't like that they got rid of that, but I personally think Chill Touch has always been like a poorly named spell. For one, most people think it's evocation and that it does cold damage and that you like chill somebody with your touch, but it's like more of like, you know, shiver up your spine chill. So yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'm ambivalent. I'm more ambivalent towards this. In my opinion, I think, you know, just going by the name is better, but again, I think there's ups and downs to it. All right, moving on to friends. This one has been changed, in my opinion, for the exceedingly better. So previously, the way that this worked was you cast the spell on yourself. For 1 minute, you have advantage on charisma checks against one creature of your choice that is not hostile towards you. After that minute, they realize that you used magic to influence them, and they become hostile towards you. A creature prone to violence might attack you. Other creatures might seek retribution in other ways, depending on the nature of your interaction. Now, here's the thing. There's a lot of enchantment spells that do shit like this. Let's go the other, there we are. There's a lot of ones that do this. For example, Charm Person. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. I think Compulsion. No, that's a different one. Where was it? What was the other ones? Dominate Person? I think so. Yeah, I think this is that, like, they, I think this one is that it's like they always know that you were still doing their thing. But the problem that I've always had with friends is that it is a cantrip that is supposed to be something that allows you to, you know, play into being an enchanter, to play, maybe playing into a bard or somebody that has high charisma. But the fact that the spell expressly says that its mood, it realizes that you used magic to influence it and it becomes hostile towards you, up to and including attacking you. I've always hated this spell. And in my opinion, it's never been worth taking it. And I love playing enchanting characters. I love playing bards that would use this. But the problem is that the old version, in my opinion, has always made it not worth taking. Now, the new one, I like. So, still 1 minute concentration, but it's no longer self. It is that it is a creature within 10 feet of you. They need to succeed a wisdom save, or they are charmed by you. Now, as a reminder, charmed is simply that you have advantage on ability checks to interact with them, but they cannot attack you, nor use harmful abilities or magic effects against you. So, because of that, because it now imposes the charmed condition, this means that it does say there, the target succeeds automatically if it isn't humanoid, if you're fighting it, or if you have cast this spell on it within the past 24 hours. But if you cast that spell on somebody and they are perfectly fine, you're not hostile towards them, they're not hostile towards you, at the end of that minute, it's fine. It's no longer that they think, you know, oh, you cast a spell on me or anything like that. It's just, hey, for this next minute, we're friends and I get better interactions with you. I get advantage on my persuasion or deception or my insights on you. That is such an improvement. And I love the fact that it now gives it something that is tangible, not simply that it's just advantage on charisma checks, because the charmed effect actually means something. So I appreciate this a lot. I like how they've done it. Now, funny enough, I actually do have a subclass out there, which is the College of the Keeper. I think, is the one that I had an ability like this. Yeah, here it is. Barroom Diplomat. So, when you cast an enchantment spell that ends with the creature knowing it was charmed by you, you can expend Bardic Inspiration to have the charmed creature forget the charm. It makes a wisdom save, like over here, and on a failed save, it doesn't realize it was charmed by you, and its attitude remains friendly. So you can see, I've literally worked that disgruntlement that I've had over that whole friend spell into an entire subclass. Now, the other one that plays into the whole charmed thing is essentially the same thing over here at Deceptive Toxin, where when you try and use a Deceptive Toxin, you know, if they fail the saving throw, they are basically charmed. And I can actually go in. I'm gonna change this. On a failed save, the creature is charmed. By you. There we go. So yeah, I personally like the friends chain spells. Enchantment spells have always been one of those like very simple pleasures of mine as a player and as a DM, because I love spells where it's like, oh, you think you're safe with your own party, but you're not. You know, spells like I just saw it around here, Enthrall, where you can take over a creature's mind. Dominate beast, dominate person. Crown of Madness is another one. You know, while charmed, jagged irons appear on their head and they attack the creatures closest to them. I love all the enchantment spells. I think they're great, and I think in a lot of cases it's a way to really utilize, you know, to give an in-world play into, like, you know, this is the real dangers of magic. Fireballs are dangerous and ice storms are dangerous, but the fact that you could lose control of yourself and attack your allies, I don't know. There's something about that I find so enticing. All right, moving on to college spray. Moving on to poison spray, we have a fairly decent change. So it is no longer a Constitution save from 10 feet away. It is now a 30-foot ranged spell attack. Now, I like this change because, one, that's an increase in range, which the fact that it's Druid, Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard, Druid is fine to have this and be up in heavy, you know, melee-based combat, or 10-foot range. Sorcerer, I wouldn't really trust up there, neither would a Wizard, and a Warlock is okay to be up in melee range, depending on the Warlock build. But just giving that increased range of that extra 20 feet just changes it. Also, the fact that it's no longer a con save and isn't something that you have to worry about, you know, them having a ridiculously high constitution, and you can just focus on buffing yourself. So I like this one. I think it's a pretty good option. Now, obviously, poison is still one of those ones that, like, I think poison is the most commonly resisted damage type in all of D&D. There was a video I watched that talked about it, where I think it's like that, and then it's fire after that. But yeah, I'm all for it. I love this one. I think it's a really good quality of life improvement. Yeah, sick. All right. Going down to Produce Flame. Okay, so Produce Flame is now a bonus action. And the main thing that has changed with this is that originally you would cast it as a bonus, or you cast it as a full action, and then with the same action that you cast it with, you could shoot it. And that attack is 30 feet, and it's 1d8 fire damage. So what they have done is they have doubled the range from 30 to 60, but they have nerfed one major factor, and that is action economy. So it is no longer just one action, you create a little ball of fire and you launch it at a creature. It is now bonus action, action. No longer action, and I don't like this. I don't like this. It does say that the range on the light is doubled, but it still doesn't ignite things. Okay? Now, when I was reading the vitriol about this UA over one of my discords, somebody brought up, then just take Firebolt. Okay? And sure, Firebolt literally has here, wait, let's do it this way. Firebolt literally has, even with the new one, double, but the old one has quadruple the range, is also a cantrip, is also one full action, and deals an extra, it deals an upgraded damage die. It's not 1d8, it's 1d10. It also hits flammable things. And I think that's why they changed it, but I don't know. There's still that part of me that always liked taking Produce Flame just to have a decent damaging action cantrip, and also having something, or having a decent utility spell that can also deal some damage. Because you can't just make a Firebolt and just hold on to it. Doesn't work that way. So yeah, there's definitely a part of me that is kind of sour about it, but I'll live. Guess we'll just take Firebolt more often. But I really think that's the way it is. I think that's why they did it, is because they wanted to differentiate it from Firebolt more often. Also, I want to point out, for those that are watching, you might see me like fiddling with my hands or like looking down occasionally. I got this little stuffed animal thing today. Might be hard to see. It's this. It's like little pink axolotl thing. And the way that it works is that it comes in this like little squishy bag thing, and you're supposed to pluck the fuzz off of it and then stuff that into the plastic bag. That's what I'm doing down here. I've plucked off his whole front. As you can see, he's like white and pink now. So, and it's hard. It might be hard to see. I don't know if it's gonna, oh God, I was gonna mess up. I have like a bunch of fluff on my desk. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on down here. I got that at my store. We have it on a side panel. So yeah, I think it's called like Fluff and Stuff. It's like $12 for one of these stuffed animals, but he's got like, this one's got like two strings that are like stuck right under its chin, it's gonna be hard to see, but like it's got some pink under its chin. But yeah, I'm just sitting here. I was doing it before the stream, like over in the bedroom. Kaylee was losing her mind because it was getting like on like the sheets and everything. And I was like, well, here, you want to do this? And she's like, no. And I was like, well, should I go do it on stream? She's like, yeah, do it on stream. So that's what I'm doing down here, is I'm picking the fluff off of this thing. And then, you know, putting it into the little bag, which I guess will eventually fill this up, and then you close the Ziploc and it becomes like a little thing you can play with. I don't know. The shit they come up with, I'll tell you what. But yeah, it's at my store. Then what happens when you bag it all up? Then you have like a squishy thing. I don't know. Don't ask me these questions. I'm just the one playing with it. I also feel like people who have like, so Kayla and I talked about it. I said, you know, the problem with something like this is it teaches kids a really bad lesson. And that's the fact that you can go up to like your pets and like rip their hair out. And I'm like, well, that's a lesson that, you know, kids have to learn. Don't do that thing. But she made a point of like kids who might be developing something like alopecia, who have a desire to like pull their own hair out. Something like this could be, you know, like a proxy for which they can alleviate that anxiety or that want and desire. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not on this channel to, or those that pick their skin. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, not saying that it's who it's designed for, just saying, observation from two random people. So, I don't even have, I was gonna say, I don't think I even have, nope, that was my mouse that I just unplugged. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think I have my my whatchamacallit, my other camera hooked up. I was gonna say I could have my desk camera going like down below this, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Or just because I want a toy I can rip the fur off, because I'm not allowed back. That's right, you can't rip the fur off the monkeys anymore. All right, yeah, so kind of get my point about reduce flame. I think it's just there to differentiate it from, I really think it's just there to differentiate it from Firebolt. I'd probably be curious if they had like a dragon or a unicorn. I think they did. I think they had like a panda. The advertisement was that of like a was like a cupcake or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Check your local Walgreens if you're curious. All right, so on to a great spell for all druids, the one that some people can't pronounce, but that is Shillelagh. Now, Shillelagh still works basically the same way. It's 1 minute touch. It's a quarterstaff or club. When you enchant your weapon, it then uses your spellcasting ability modifier, which is wisdom, instead of strength for the attack and damage. And the weapon's damage die becomes a D8 instead, and it becomes magic. The main thing that has changed is that it's no longer that it's considered magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance. It is that now it can deal force damage. There are a lot of things nowadays in the new UAs, and there are honestly too many for me to even like go back and just like reference. But there's a lot of stuff now that instead of saying it is magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance to magical weapons, it's now just like, oh, you can deal force damage, or this weapon can do radiant, or this weapon can do necrotic. It's just a way to overcome resistance, and that's literally all it is. It's just now they're saying, hey, here's a little bit of a fake choice, but this, by doing force damage, it's now magical damage, and that can overcome those resistances. But the piece de resistance of Shillelagh is that now it upgrades with your level. So unlike before, where it was only ever 1d8 and it was only ever doing the damage of a one-handed longsword for the entire time that you would have that, it now upgrades with you. So at 5th level, it goes up to a D10. At 11th level, it's a D12. And at 17th, it's 2d6. And in my opinion, this is a great quality of life improvement. I think this is the way it should have been from the very beginning. The only argument that I could see them not wanting to do that before is just because they didn't want to make it the equivalency of like learning different or like gaining different weapons without having to like buy them or find them. Because I mean, if you look at the damage types, it's basically saying, okay, 1d8, that is a one-handed longsword. 1d10 is a two-handed longsword. A d12 is a great axe, and 2d6 is a great sword. So you basically have multiple weapons, you know, damage types as you go up. But I personally think it should have been like that the whole time, because 1d8 doesn't cut it when you start getting into higher levels, when you start getting up to like levels 8, 9, and 10 and so on. So it's one of those things where unless you had a magic club or a magic quarterstaff that had some kind of extra damage, like a +2, you weren't getting anything extra out of it. So I like that this has been put in, because I think it's just the way it should have been originally. Druids don't get a lot of utility when it comes to their melee weapons, so Shillelagh is just a good option for them to have. What's up, Pokey Niner? It's been a while. How you doing? We're talking about the new UA. We're starting with the cantrips. So, and I'm also plucking this little toy that you take its fluff off and do something with. I know, it's really weird. Sorry. All right. Wait, where are we at? Oh, we need to go up. Here we go. Okay, so moving on to Shocking Grasp. Shocking Grasp, in my opinion, when I shared this with my friends, I put the meme of, you know, from The Godfather, where he says, "Look how they massacred my boy." Because that's how I feel with Shocking Grasp. So it's still one action, it's still touch, but it is now that you make a melee spell attack. You don't get advantage if they're wearing armor. It does the same amount of damage, and it's no longer all of its reactions. It is now just that the creature that you hit can't do opportunity attacks. So not only did they take away a buff to it of being able to hit creatures that wear metal and have advantage, but they also made it so that, like, oh, if I hit a wizard with this, they could still cast like counterspell. Okay, that's one of those things that I don't like. I think Shocking Grasp was always one of those ones where it was slightly weaker than Fireball. So the reason why they actually said that they removed the metal effect, they actually have that up here. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna make my life easier. I'm gonna duplicate this, put this over here. We'll go back down to where we were. So the reason why they changed it is they said it now shuts down opportunity attacks rather than all reactions. Shutting down all reactions was too powerful. Like other lightning spells, the spell no longer makes distinction about whether the target is wearing metal. So I think it was from their experience coming into play when you would have players at a table that would take something like Lightning Bolt or whoa, God, my mind is blanking. Yeah, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Lure. What's the one that that bounces? Yeah, Storm Sphere. I'm trying to think of what it is. I know Witch Bolt is also lightning. Oh, Chain Lightning. That was the other one I was having trouble thinking of. So, you know, the thing is like, okay, it's, you know, none of those other ones make distinctions about people wearing metal, but exactly that, you know, it's a touch spell. You have to get up close. Sorcerers and wizards are not going to be up close and personal that often. You know, they have the smallest hit die. This is a time when you need to get out of there. And I like the fact that they put that in here. This cantrip has always been meant to provide a partial disengage, okay? Where a wizard or sorcerer, somebody comes up to them, they cast Shocking Grasp, they don't get opportunity attacks against them, and they can get away from the enemy. And I appreciate that. But I think the fact that it's only 1d8, the fact that it's now only opportunity attacks, give us that little extra, okay? Firebolt is 1d10 and can set objects on fire. Give me the option to have advantage against metal creatures. And let's be real here. Maybe you come out with a feat or something like that that's like Voltaic Warrior, where you know, lightning-based spells that you cast have advantage against creatures wearing metal, okay? I mean, the only other spell that really plays into somebody wearing metal is heat metal. But that's range. I mean, and that's also fire, because it's obviously heat metal. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of this one. I understand that they think some of the old spells and cantrips and abilities were too powerful, so they're reining them in. I don't necessarily think this was one of them, and I'm just kind of mad about it. All right. Next up, we have Spare the Dying. Spare the Dying is now available not only for the cleric, but also for the druid, and it has a range now. It is no longer a touch ability, so it starts at 15 feet, doubles to 30 at 5th level, 60 feet at 11th, and 120 feet at 17th level. I like this. I think this is a nice little quality of life improvement. I think it's cool that you can have now a druid that is, you know, getting some Spare the Dying in on, you know, from a good range. And I honestly would love to see this being like almost like a cornerstone of like a spore druid, where it's like spores are the thing that's raising them. It feels like a half fix. Is that because it doesn't heal them? What is what's your concern with it, Pokeniner? I'm curious. Is it because they're still out of the fight until they take any kind of healing? Because I do agree. I think that is one of the drawbacks to Spare the Dying. I think the fact that it's a full action to basically say, hey, you don't have to roll death saves anymore, but we're still going to have to get over to you and actually heal you, and you're better off casting Cure Wounds or Healing Word or using anything to give them hit points, because I agree with that, if that's your point. I don't think it's ever been worth it, really, casting it. I've rarely came across issues with stabilizing. If you have time to stabilize them, you have time to heal them as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Now, I will say, in yesterday's episode of Rime of the Frost Maiden, there was opportunities for stabilizing to really come into play, but even in the one instance where even in the one instance where an attempt was made to try and stabilize somebody, to make that medicine check, they rolled below a 10, and so because of that, you know, that was a penalty. Now, it was very quickly remedied by the fact of me reminding that player that he had some healing potions in his pocket and could instead use those. Which he did. And yeah, I think that there's definitely opportunities where a spell like this is good, but it's also an action. That's it. Yeah. I just think that if you're going to spend an action, you should spend it healing them, because that at least gets them back into the combat. Oh yeah, then you reminded me, which you don't have a mouth in game. I'll tell you what, man, last night's episode of Rime definitely took some twists and turns that I did not expect. For one, kind of a small tangent here. For one, I did not expect you guys to basically try and funnel them out into that cavern. I'm not saying that was bad. That was smart. I should have just done more to coax you guys into that forge area. That would have changed a few things. But I will say, Smith's Sentinel ability saved you guys so much with Zardarok, because the fact that he wasn't able to run and wasn't able to coax you guys further into the room, I'll tell you what, man, that was his downfall. That was his truest downfall, was Smith proccing his Sentinel, hitting him, causing him to not be able to move, not be able to escape the combat, and then you guys killing him, which, obviously, yeah, Gerard put on the crown. He put on the Charlatan crown. I will say I was curious what happened before he put on the crown, because that's where, basically all that happened was that it was just combat up until that point. So But the moment he put on that crown, he had to make 3 wisdom saves, and it was a wisdom save for each of the madness tables, and it was a DC 18, which I was surprised you passed 2 of them, because you got like 20s on your first and last one, but that middle one I think you got like a 16. Yeah. But yeah, you got that one, which was long term, and then lost the ability to speak. But the fact that you guys killed Zardarok meant that his mental control and his like ability to keep down the Mind Flayer's psionic powers were instantly dropped. And maybe you guys will find out when you know, if you talk more to that Mind Flayer about what he was doing down there and, you know, what all was going on. Yeah, the fact that you guys actually did kill him allowed him to escape. Also, the fact that you guys shut that ice gate, that allowed the Mind Flayer to know that there was somebody there trying to fight back. So what you guys did throughout that whole thing was pretty well orchestrated. Somehow the Mind Flayer is friend. Well, there's an old saying that goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, he did not like Zardarok's Sunblight nearly as much. Or he wasn't a fan of Zardarok almost as much as you guys. You guys were just more paid to you know, you guys were almost like paid to not like Zardarok in a sense, other than his whole, you know, wanting to unleash a dragon onto 10 towns situation. But yeah, to be Flare, Slagru is part Mind Flayer. Yeah, Slagru does have the tentacle, he does have the tadpole. He has Johnny Tadpole. So that is a benefit that that has played out to your benefit. So yeah, I'm super curious to see how the rest of the campaign rolls forward now, because you know, the thing is that the Mind Flayer, there's a white dragon in 10 towns. Yeah, Arviatris is definitely out there. The thing is like this, I know what happens because of the Chardalyn dragon. That is a thing. So I already know, you know, the results of that. What I'm curious to see is how you guys choose to handle everything with the information that you guys have about how your Mind Flayer buddy right now, I think his name is like Felor. Let me double check. Fyorl, F-Y-O-R-L. You know, to find out, like, you know, how he can help you, if you can help him, kind of a thing. And then also how that can work into 10 towns. So I'm curious, because at this point things have moved, literally and figuratively. I love that Smith brought you to his clan. Yeah, you know what? I wasn't sure the route Smith was gonna go. You know, Smith's character's backstory is, you know, pretty straightforward, because, you know, obviously his family lives, his clan lives in the Dale, and because of Auril and her, you know, never-ending, because of Arl and her, you know, Rime of the Frost Maiden, it has caused turmoil amongst the nomadic tribes, like the ragged humanoids that live in the Dale out in the wilds, because of the hunting dwindling down. That's causing issues with them and the Goliaths. The Goliath tribes are also warring more often over resources and whatnot. So for Smith's character, he wants to put an end to that, which is why he's going out to try and, you know, kill and destroy Arl. So yeah, I'm curious to see how things will play out when, you know, when he brings this to his tribe leader, how he brokers the deal almost to Ogilai. Curious. I need Calorix to remove the curse. We're in the part. Okay, hold on. Let me show you where you are both correct and also incorrect, Jared. Okay. I gotta, my thing, I need to double, stop, what the fuck? Okay. Let me show you where you're both correct and incorrect, okay? This is the map of Icewind Dale, okay? You guys have mostly been over here, you know, the campaign came up the Shangarn River up into Bremen, and then you guys went to Targos and Bryn Shander and Termaline and Lonely Wood. You went up to, oh wait, this is the wrong map. Hold on. That is the right map, but there's another map. Hold on. Where's the other map? Oh wait, is it this one? Damn it. All right, view entire adventure. Map. Wait, you know what? Really? Doesn't... There should be a map. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think I know where it is. I think I know where it is. Here it is. It's in here. Come on. No, was I wrong? No, there it is. This is the map that I was looking for. All right, so yeah, here it is. So you guys came up the Shangarn River to Bremen. You were told about Dark Duchess. That was technically like the quest from Bremen. You went to Bryn Shander, you went to Termaline, Lonely Wood, you went up to the Black Cabin. You also went down to Karkalok. You have the quest to go to Jarlmut. You guys did Idascent and Sunblight. Now, technically, that was what you guys last did. You passed up the, you moved through, like, through the ethereal plane, or you plane shifted through the Cackling Chasm. You guys also went to the Cave of the Berserkers, which in my campaign is in and about this area. It's hard to see, but you know, in between a lot of the places. Have not even touched, I don't know if I'm even doing the Lost Spire of Netheril, nor if I'm not sure if we're doing the Caves of Hunger or the Yithrin, because I'm aiming to end it before then. But you guys are all the way over here. You are to like as west as you can be without getting onto the Ragged Glacier. Now, when I said originally that that the companion fighting stuff is more centralized in the east. I gotta find the right map. I think it's this one. Yes. So when I said that it takes place in the east, now this is the Sword Coast, okay? Here's Neverwinter, here's Phandalin, okay? Up here is Icewind Dale, and look, there's all the lovely little 10 towns. When I said east, I meant like over here. In like, and keep going. It's like in the east, but keep going. I don't even know if I have a map that goes over that far. But it's like to the east coast of Faerun. Now, that was my original interpretation. I have changed my interpretation to match your beliefs, and that is that it is the east of here. It is the east towns of 10 towns. Because I think centralizing it to our campaign is probably a better option than saying, oh, you have to spend years traveling across all of Faerun to get to this. No. Yeah, it is but here's the thing. This works with the in-game lore. Why would Maxildenar, who potentially is a companion trainer with all those flying snakes, why would he be set up in Targos? Well, he already kind of expressed that he wants to be like a central hub for trading. Okay, so it plays into it that the west of 10 towns wouldn't have companion training, but Goodmead, East Haven, Caer Dineval, Caer Konig, that is where companion trading definitely is a little bit more prevalent. So yeah, I 100% intend on playing into that. All right. Back on topic. All right. So, oh wait, I'm sorry. What did you say? We are in the part where the campaign okay. I'm technically locked with no spells for 4 long rests. I say technically because I know a long rest doesn't mean end of day. Well, technically speaking, a long rest does mean a day, because it means 24 hours, because you cannot gain the benefits of a long rest until 24 hours has passed since you gained the benefits of your last one. I actually didn't know this back in the day, and it was like, oh, you know, there would be nothing stopping you from like, you know, like fighting somebody, you know, going out, doing one encounter, and then going back and long resting. If time wasn't an option, nothing would stop you from like just setting up camp and then going to sleep if you were like down on hit points and stuff, and then just sleeping for 8 hours and picking right back up. But yeah, it's 24 hours has to pass between the ends of long rest for you to gain the effects. So all right, so we're on to the last cantrip before. All right, buddy, have a good one. Oh, truck shows up at 7. Well, have a good night, man. I will chat to you later. We'll have to play some games at some point this week. Maybe some Vampire Survivors. We'll see. All right, so finishing up the cantrips with the one that 1,000 piece. Ugh. Done at 11 tomorrow. Justin needs help in the bone zone. Wait, are you done at 11? Are you done at 11 a.m.? Are you working 5 hours, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m.? Or please, for the love of God, tell me you are not working. Oh, thank God. When you said 11, my mind immediately went to 11 p.m. and I got so worried about you that I was about to like drive out there and like bring you energy drinks and food. Oh man, well, that's good. I mean, hey, I guess it's not a terrible shift. I have a funeral scheduled already. Yeah, 1,000 pieces. That does suck. That does suck. Now, curious before you go, and this is only because my curiosity has been piqued. 1,000 pieces. If you have a tote that say has 5 pieces in it, does that count as 1 piece or 5? I'm curious about how your companies would account for that. Like if you got a box, not a box, but like a tote that had like 5 or 6 different things in it. Is that 1? Technically 1. Okay. Oh, all of your stuff is just boxes. Okay, so it's just crates of freight. Okay. That's always the one thing that like bites me in my ass, or like chaps my ass, is we might have a 400 piece truck, but then you get a tote that has like 50 pieces in it. And, you know, like you got the people up front who are working grocery where it's like, oh, I just put away 20 totes of product. And I'm like, each one of your totes had a box of cereal in it. Like, you had 3 things of coffee. It's like, I had a tote that had 100 boxes of Sudafedrin and, you know, Advil. That's always the one thing that chaps my ass. I was like, my 400 piece truck say 400 pieces. It's more. All right, buddy, you go get some sleep. You go get some sleep. Ugh. All right. On to the last cantrip. Yeah, 1,000 means 1,000. Oh, nice. Okay. That's good. That's good. I wish you the best. You have a good night. Enjoy yourself. I'll see you later in the Bone Zone if we play. We can maybe stream that one of these upcoming nights. All right. The last cantrip I've held off long enough. True Strike. Now everyone knows True Strike is a terrible spell. It's a cantrip. It's a full action. It's concentration, and it gives you advantage on your first attack roll against a target. Okay? Now, here's the thing. It does not get you advantage on your first attack roll against any target. It is that when you cast the spell, you select a target within range. On your next turn, you have advantage on your first attack against that target. That means that if I were to cast this as a wizard, and then the barbarian kills the guy that I am concentrating on, I lose my spell. Okay? So it sucks. It sucks. Now, the new version is that as an action, your attack uses, as an action, you make a weapon attack. And your weapon attack uses your spellcasting ability modifier for the attack and damage instead of strength or dex. And if it hits, it deals radiant damage instead of the normal one. This is kind of playing into that whole thing of to, you know, overcome magical resistance. Now, I personally am okay with this but I'm not that crazy about it. Okay? It's still a full action. It's still something that you are having to take up an action, and it's a magic action too, which you know what that means, right? That means that if you are a fighter, or if you're anyone who gets this spell, like the Eldritch Knight, you cannot use this as part of your multi-attack, because it's you casting a spell. So that kind of chaps my ass a bit. Oh, you know what? I'm actually curious. Oh no. Got a little bit of fluff instead of the fluff that we're supposed to pull. You know what? I'm actually curious. I want to look up UA7. Aha! No, here. All right, this is actually pretty decent. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with a casting of one of your wizard cantrips that has a casting time of 1 action, meaning you could actually cast this and use your intelligence to overcome magical resistance, basically at 7th level, giving you the ability to always have like some radiant damage. But the problem that I don't like with that is that it says that it does use your spell casting instead of strength or dex. You can't choose it. Yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, here's the way that I think this should work. I think it should be that as a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on your next attack, your next one. Okay? It's basically the original True Strike, but it's a bonus action, and it only counts for your first attack. That to me is where this should be. Okay? It should be something where I can use my bonus action, I can make sure that my next attack is gonna be a hit. Because at the end of the day, that's essentially what the rogue is getting. The rogue has the ability to give themselves advantage. Mind you, it's that their speed is reduced. And sure, this is a cantrip, so it's an unlimited resource, and you could pop it each round. So maybe you put it on there that, maybe you make it so that it is part of the attack action, or it's part of the, the action, and make it 1 action. Okay? As an action, or, guided by a flash of magical insight, you attack 1 creature with the weapon used in the spell's casting. The for that attack, you gain advantage. That's it. Like, plain and simple. I don't know how I feel about this new one. I feel that it's okay. It's definitely improved from the first one, which was terrible, but I just don't know if it's done yet. But again, I don't know exactly how I would go with it. Now, to those who have ever played in any one of my campaigns, you might know that I have my own version of, I don't know why that's set up like that. I have my own version of True Strike, which is called True Strike, but it doesn't suck. Which is that, it's that you point your finger at a creature within range, and they gain a bonus on their next attack equal to your spellcasting modifier. So what this means is that you could give it to yourself, and you could give it to your ally. But it's just giving them that spellcasting modifier bonus. You know, so if you are, say, an Eldritch Knight, you could give yourself, you know, the bonus of your intelligence mod. You know, if you're a wizard, again, it's going to be your intelligence mod. If you're a bard or sorcerer warlock, you're bumping yourself up with your charisma. But it's not just you. It's not about peering into the sight or, you know, peering into your target's defenses. It's about bolstering and understanding your own offenses. So, and I don't know if that's a perfect way to do it. I've ran that in a campaign once, and it worked out really well for the player. I did think it was a little overpowered. But, you know, and maybe, hey, maybe that is the way that it needs to be, and it needs to be, you know, that it's not used on you. Maybe it is a bonus action where you can give it to somebody else, or I don't know. Or maybe instead of disadvantage, you know, or maybe instead of giving yourself advantage, you know, you reduce a creature's AC by a certain amount. Again, I don't know. I just don't think the new version is the way that it should be. So I'm not a game designer. All right, so that brings us to the end of the cantrips. Now, that's technically the end of this, you know, this particular UA, but we started at the bottom. Now we're here. And we're gonna scroll up because we got a lot to talk about. Now, there's a lot of information here, and I highly recommend that if you're watching this, that you go and you read through this, because there's a lot of information here. And this is not a system for everyone. What's up, Pokey Niner? You just got back just in time for us to start talking about the Bastions. So, this system is not for everyone. It's not for every DM. It's not for every player. And it's not for every campaign. Okay? There are some players out there that are going to see this and they're going to absolutely love it. I know that I talked to Aaron and Jared about it because from Rime of the Frost Maiden and also from P5, because Aaron has shown a huge interest in the Rime campaign about setting up different buildings and businesses throughout the Dale, and something that Jared has brought to me that he has wanted to do in the P5 campaign has to do with setting up a bit of a building where he could converse with pirates and, you know, get information and access to certain resources and things like that. And that's kind of the way that this works, but it requires a little bit of, you know, manual labor in a sense. So I'm just going to read this first part verbatim just to give a little bit of insight into what this system is. A bastion is a location that... I need a drink. A bastion is a location that belongs to a player character, a home, stronghold, and a place of power that the character nurtures and develops over the course of a campaign. Bastion offers a character temporary refuge from the dangerous world of adventuring, and it provides opportunities for a character to craft magic items, conduct research, harvest poisons, build ships, and carry out a broad range of other activities. It's up to the DM whether bastions are available in a campaign. They are best suited to campaigns that allow characters to return to their bastions during intervals when they're not actively adventuring. There's no need to choose between going on adventures and commanding a bastion. A character can do both at once. A bastion has special facilities that generate in-game benefits, and these facilities can also undertake projects while the character is otherwise preoccupied. Bastions are intended to be havens for the characters who own them. Although random events might test the bastion from time to time, the bastion can be destroyed in only one of two ways, which we will see as we get to the end. Most importantly, a bastion is a creative playground for a player and a shared storytelling space in the campaign. DMs should be as permissive as possible with the stories players tell in their bastions, but the players should know their control goes only as far as the campaign's larger story, which the DM strives to make fun for everyone. So, I understand the reason why they put this into the DM's guide, because they want it to be something that the DM has control over and says whether or not this is an available feature in the campaign, because this brought up the point of like, oh, well, feats are available in the player's handbook, in the original player's handbook, the 2014 version, but that was an optional feature, and you're right. Feats were technically always an optional feature that a GM could allow or disallow. Now, they are not. Now, feats are the standard, and there's an ability score increase feat that gives you that ASI. So because of that, the game directors basically said, hey, this is not an optional thing anymore. Players have access to feats. And that's also because they're also built into certain background features or races. Bastions, on the other hand, is something that the DM can have total control over and say, hey, yes or no, this is or is not in the campaign. Now, again, my point stands that I made mention before. This is not for everyone. This is not for all players. This is not for all DMs. And I personally feel like what I have read of this, there's still a bit left wanting, in my opinion. Also, some things just don't make sense to me. So we're going to look into this. Now, the first thing here is that if a DM allows for bastions, characters get access to them at level 5. Now, this is the first thing that I actually have issue with. And the reason for that is because, as it says right here, each bastion begins with 2 special facilities, and they gain additional facilities at 9, 13, and 17. Now, we're also going to see down here, here we are, the special facilities. So as you can see, your bastion can have a lot of special facilities. But you know what's the problem that I have with this? Look at the levels. Level 5 is the sweet spot for D&D. Okay, levels 5 to 10 is the sweet spot for D&D. So you don't get this from the beginning. You don't get this from levels 1 to 4. You get it once you reach level 5. So now, in your main part of your campaign, where D&D adventures really live between levels 3 and 12, you have level 5 and 9 stuff. Most campaigns don't see level 13, or a lot of campaigns don't see level 13, and most campaigns don't see level 17. And I think that those features are very much waving a carrot in a player's face of saying, oh, well, you save up, you can get a demiplane, a menagerie, an observatory, an archive, a sanctum, or a war room. But if the campaign fizzles out at level 12 or concludes at level 12, like a lot of campaigns do, this doesn't really work. This goes into the idea that they are okay. That is true. It is true that Wizards is trying to entice DMs and players to play higher level adventures. So that then goes into the idea of how often are players supposed to be going to these places? Well, we have to get to that, because in order to understand that, we need to look at what is a bastion turn and what are you supposed to do with these places. So if at 5th level your group gets a bastion, congratulations. Okay, you are now the lucky owner of a thing. So as it says here, between the players and the DM, you decide on how these bastions came to be. Whether it's an inheritance, whether it's that you found someplace and are rebuilding it. Maybe it was something that was not even an inheritance, but maybe something that you found in your adventure and you know, saved it, or you cleared out a bunch of goblins from it and you took it over for yourself. Okay, whatever the case may be, you now have this building. Now, the shape and style of it is up to the players to determine. So a wizard might have a tower, a cleric could have a shrine, a fighter could have a fortified keep. Okay, not every character needs to have a bastion. Okay, that's cool, but here's my thing. Can every player have a bastion? To me, it sounds like yes. It also sounds like some players could work towards one bastion. So I imagine it would be better for players to each have their own bastions, because if you have, say, on average 4 to 5 players and each one of them has a bastion, that means that since each bastion starts with 2 basic rooms, which are outlined here, basic facilities, okay, each bastion starts out with 2 of those, and then they get 2 free special facilities. If you have a group of 5 players and they have 1 bastion, that means they have 2 basic facilities, 2 specials. If you have 5 players and each one wants their own bastion, well, shit, now they have 10 basic facilities and they have 10 special facilities. There's not even 10 5th level special facilities. There's only 9. You could have your party have every single one, but there's nothing in these rules that says they can't. It is simply that it says not every character has to have a campaign, but it doesn't say that there's a limitation on it. And if there is, I have not seen that. And you know what? Yeah, I type in limit, nothing came up. So yeah, as far as I know, there's no limit. All right. Every bastion contains basic and special facilities, which encompass everything from kitchens and bedrooms to fantastical menageries. A character can add basic facilities to their bastion anytime spending money and time depending on the facility. So as I said before, it starts with 2 special ones, and it then it gets 2 more at levels 9, 13, and 10. Every 7 days in game, a Bastion turn happens. Now, there's a part of me that worships the calendar of Harpdos that hates this is based on a 7-day time frame, because if you know anything about the calendar of Harpdos, it's that it is a 10-day calendar, which I could see some people looking at that and going, oh yeah, it's a week, it's an in-game week. Technically, that's not the case, because in-game weeks are, you know, specific to whoever is running the campaign. Anyway, that's a minor thing. I think most people probably just, you know, use 7 days in-game, and, you know, I'm just a fogey for using the calendar of Harpdos. Oh, by the way, I fully plucked that thing. Yeah, and I got one made of plastic with fluff in it, and I have a stuffed animal that's a little white axolotl. He's got a little bit of pink on the top of his head. Just twist it into you see, I had that idea too. Why not just turn it into an in-game week? Okay, well, that means that over the course of, if I were to do that in a campaign, over the course of 7 in-game weeks, based on the calendar Harpdos 10-day week, my players would get 7 turns of their Bastion. But in that same time, if you leave it at 7 days, the players get 10 in-game turns. So you are missing out on a substantial chunk if you extend the time from 7 days to, you know, 10 days. On top of that, and I'm only going to reference the campaigns that I run, okay? Because I've played in different campaigns and I know that time works differently. But for example, my library campaign has gone on for about 31 sessions. They are level 5. That campaign has only gone to about 1 week in game. I don't think I'm off on that number. Let me just double check. Nope, level 30, session 31 was on the 30th. So there's that. The Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign has only just hit 2 weeks, and that's been 44 sessions, and they're level 9. And the Phandalin 5 has been going for 82 sessions and has gone for a month and a week and a half. Okay, so this campaign right here, my library group, is level 5. They wouldn't have even had an in-game week yet, and they've already made it to level 5. My Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign got to level 5 when they were on session 15. That's right here. If they would have gotten a Bastion, they would have only had 1 week, 1 turn to go off of. It said somewhere between levels, a Bastion should have 6. Yeah, that's what that's the point that I'm getting to, okay? That's the problem with this that I inherently see, okay? So, the fact... Oh, shit, what the fuck did I press? What am I highlighting? What the fuck? Oh, I see what's happening. It's highlighting a 6. Okay. But yeah, that's the big problem with this. Okay. Like it says in here, by default, these turns occur every 7 days. That is by default. Characters that are on long journeys away after the character's been away for 7 days, you can run that time. Okay. Character spends 7 days or more in their bastion between adventures. Like it says here, you have 6 weeks to spend in your bastion. Who the like, I get it that like I'm doing a time skip eventually, but like, how is that an often thing? Also, am I just not running the kind of campaigns that a bastion would be utilized better for? You know, that's the thing. You know, I don't know. Your games might be different than average. You know, but here's the problem. I run mostly modules. Okay? This is the thing. I run, for the most point, modules. I run the games, and granted, I change things here and there, and I add more stuff, but I run campaigns very close to what the designers of the game expect it to be ran as. That is a problem. If the expectation is that there's going to be multiple times between it. As it says here, aim for about 6 to 8 bastion turns per level. Okay. I want to math this out real fast. If the goal is that you are supposed to have roughly 7 turns per level on average, that means that your campaign, from the time you are level 5 to level 6, that you should have 7 turns. That is 49 in-game days. Okay? They are saying essentially that the amount of time from level 5 to 6 in game should be what you can see on my screen here. Okay, from this day down to this day, because you got to remember these are 10 days. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. My Phandalin 5 campaign has not even hit 50 days in time. And it has been, they are at what? Level 12, 13, 11, sorry. So their campaign, the P5 campaign, has not even hit their, 50th day. And that is supposed to be the culmination of one level for the Bastions? I don't think so. Like it says here, if the characters are adventuring at a breakneck pace and gaining a level every week, they'll have no time to enjoy the benefits of their bastion. Okay, I'm gonna pull up my notes for the P5 campaign. So here's the thing. Let's look at when they leveled up. I'm gonna put a little note every time that they leveled up. Players were level 1 at the starting session. Okay, first level. Somewhere between then and session 5, they got up to you know what, let's change the phrasing. Third level. There you go. Wait, no. Let's do it this way. Yeah. So level 1 was at session 1. They got to level 3 at session 5. So arguably we could probably guess or assume that it happened somewhere between these sessions. So let's just put it here. Okay, level 2, just for reference. So that's when they hit level 3. Now, they hit level 7, because I didn't keep track of these notes. They hit level 7 here. Okay. So between this day and this day, the party gained 4, 5, 6, 7. They gained 4 levels over the course of 2 weeks. This is saying that a breakneck pace is gaining a level every week. Okay? Now, I could just randomly guess, and let's just for record, I don't know exactly when they got these levels. Why is it not entering? Oh, there was a server error. So, there they are. I was like, why aren't these coming up? Okay. Now, obviously, I don't know exactly when they reach these levels, but you know, we're just gonna guess, just for what we can reference. Okay. Probably not that one. Probably not a continued. Okay. Again, these are guesses. They reached level 8 at session 49. Level 8. They reached level 9 at session 57. They reached level 10 at session 67. And they reached level 11 at session 79. So, as you can see, this party has gained, on average, 2 levels every week, with there only being 4 in-game days between some level ups. Okay? And I want to reiterate, I run modules, okay? There's reasons why I don't think that, as much as I think the Bastions are cool, I don't think they're gonna work for everyone. I'm trying to find it. Dragon of Icespire Peak. Okay? Look at this. Let's yeah, the adventure begins. If you're running Dragon of Icespire Peak, characters gain a level each time they complete a starting quest until they reach level 3. Once they are 3rd level or higher, completing a starting quest has no effect. Characters gain a level each time they complete 2 follow-up quests, and they gain a level when they slay Cryovane the White Dragon. Now, there's 3 starting quests. That means that they're going to level up twice from that. They're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then they can still do that 3rd one, but it's not going to benefit them. Then there are 6 follow-up quests: Butterskull Ranch, Loggers Camp, Mountain Toads Quest, Axholm, Dragon Barrow, and the Woodland Manse. That means that they are going to be level 6 if they go through each one of these. And then they can reach level 7 for slaying Cryovane. So if you only run Dragon of Icespire Peak by the book as it is, this adventure, Dwarven Excavation, Gnomengard, and Umbrage Hill, can all happen within 1 day, because I have run this module 3 or 4 times, and that is how it's been done. Players go to Umbrage Hill, they go to Gnomengard, and then they travel to the excavation site. Then I have run Butterskull Ranch and the Woodland Manse back to back. That takes the culmination of like 2 days in game. Axholm can be done by itself. Don John Raskin being taken over to the mine can be its own thing. And then you have the Dragon Barrow and the Loggers Camp, which happen up near Neverwinter Wood. So theoretically, if you are going out and back from Phandalin to doing these jobs and resting in Phandalin and taking, even I will give you the benefit of, let's say you have a day between, like, you come back to Phandalin, you spend an entire day there, and then you leave the next day. Okay? And I mean, like, you have a full day in Phandalin. This is 1 day. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, and then tack on a day in between each one of those. That is going to be about 20. I'll even say maybe you go off and you do some of the, like, rumors around Phandalin. Okay, maybe you hear some of the rumors that are being talked about. Yeah, here they are. And maybe your players go over to the Shrine of Savris. Maybe they go to Falcon's Hunting Lodge or the Tower of Storms. Okay, maybe they do. 25 days. Okay, 25 days. Your players are level 5 the majority of the way through this adventure. I think this system is not meant for people that are playing the kind of campaigns that I run. Because if their concept of breakneck pace is gaining a level every week, the fact that I have run a campaign for almost 3 years, that I have put 82 sessions into, and the players are level 11, which to some of my players is confounding that they haven't leveled up sooner, or they haven't leveled up more, or how in some of my campaigns they have only been adventuring for 2 in-game weeks and are level 9. Level 9? Okay? It blows my mind that they think that's breakneck pace. You know what? Let me point this out. My players in Rime of the Frost Maiden got to level 2 session 1. Session 5, they got to level 3. Session 10, they got to level 4. Session 15, they reached level 5. Session 21, they got to level 6. Session 28, look at that. It's literally the next in-game day. They got to level 7. And they got to level 8 sometime around, like, here or here, and then they only just got to level 9. So you want to tell me about breakneck pace? This is your campaign, WotC. This is leveling up 4 times in 1 in-game week. I don't think you run games vastly different than most. That's what I mean. Like, that's the point I'm making. If Wizards of the Coast is making, and granted, I am referring to campaigns that are already out and published, designed for 2014's Player Handbook. That does not account for Bastions. If that means, though, that campaigns going forward are supposed to be spread out amongst weeks and months of in-game time, I don't know how some players are going to handle that. Like, I am planning on doing a time skip where I have my players doing no major, no major like campaign related activity for 30 in-game days. Okay. And I struggled to even conceive of that. But the problem, the thing is that I want there to be, like, mechanically, the reason why I'm doing a time skip is because some of my players want to do stuff that you need time to do. And I want to give them the opportunity to do that. Now, it also plays into the fact that, like, if I do that, I can also kind of advance a couple things in my own head. But this is one of those things where it's like, I don't think your characters should have 50 days between level ups. I don't understand that. I know some DMs do month-long time skips, so they're yeah, and that's the thing. There are some DMs that do that for very specific reasons, but the problem is that when you have something like Dragon of Icespire Peak, you have a dragon that is actively terrorizing a town. Okay, when you have something like the Lost Mines of Phandelver, okay, you have the Red Brand ruffians that are actively terrorizing the town, and that you need to put their leader down. There is a ticking clock on all of these campaigns, and the only time that you don't is if you run the kind of campaign where, maybe you don't make Cryovane nearly as much of a threat, okay? Where, okay, the players can have their fun around Phandalin for a while, and it's all fine and dandy. But, like, I don't know. And the funny thing is this whole system came out literally at the perfect time for me, because I'm at this point currently working on the details of a campaign setting, that I plan on utilizing some of this, where it's not going to be a ticking time. It's not going to be a ticking, clock that's constantly reminding the players, like, hey, you have to get this thing done within so much of a time. I want to run a campaign where I can have something like this play into effect, where my friend who wants to own businesses in game can actually see some of those things. Good night. Can have some of those things, flourish, to where I can run, different style adventures as I see fit. And again, that's something I can't do with a published module, and I don't know how that'll work. So we'll see. All right, so continuing on about how this works. So basically, each special facility that you have can generate Bastion points, also known as BP. And no, we're not talking about British Petroleum, but each one of them has an order that you can give, and that order is going to generate some amount of Bastion points. Now, if you are not there at your Bastion to do the thing, it automatically does the maintain order. So this way it is still generating Bastion points that can be there. Now, special facilities that have either been shut down or have somewhat been damaged, they don't generate Bastion points. So it's only if it completes the order. Now, as it says here, characters can use money to influence the rate at which their facilities generate points. Spending 25 gold when issuing a Bastion order allows you to roll the Bastion point generation twice and use ice, basically giving yourself advantage. Which, hey, that's a decent use for some gold. You know, 25 gold isn't a lot, but it's also not something to snub your nose to. I don't think anybody's going to turn down 25 gold. All right, so each time a character gains a level, they can spend Bastion points to acquire a single magic item. Any magic item acquired in this fashion must be approved by the DM, and the Bastion points are based on their rarity. So at 5th level, once you have it, you can spend 20 Bastion points to get a common magic item, 70 get uncommon, rare to get, rare cost, you need to be 9th level and cost 250, very rare, you need to be 13th and cost 350, and legendary, you have to be 17th level and it costs 700 Bastion points. And characters who reach 20th level can acquire a magic item each time they earn a bonus feat every 30,000 experience above 355,000. I personally hate this. Okay? I actually don't like this that much. And the reason why I don't like this is because I personally think the acquisition of magic items should be tied to certain special facilities. I think an arcane study could generate a magic item, but certain ones. Certain magic items. I think an armory or barracks could have certain magic items. Maybe a +1 pseudo, or like a +1 longsword, okay, or +1 armor, something like, you know, a +1 chain shirt. Actually, that's rare. Yeah, like, let me see here. It's +1 hide. Oh, that's also rare. Okay, so yeah, maybe you hold off on those. What about +1 shield? What is a +1 shield? That's uncommon. +1 weapons are uncommon. Okay, so maybe the armory and the barracks allow you to get weapons. The arcane study allows you to get some magic items. Maybe the garden, the library, the sanctuary, like all of these things could have their own small list. But I just don't like how this is like played up as just a way to get magic items. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right. It feels like they're basically saying, hey, you're gonna have these Bastion points and you're gonna want a way to spend them because we're letting you earn them. So here's an arbitrary way of of doing that. Now, the other thing is to keep in mind, technically you could just ignore this and say, okay, you instead get gold, because that's honestly probably what I would do. You know, now the problem you run in with that is, how do you account for how much gold you would get for a common versus an uncommon magic item? You know, items don't actually, uncommon or magic items actually don't have prices, but rumor has it that the magic items in the new books are actually going to have prices. Now, on top of that, you can also find resources out there on the internet that actually give you prices on certain things. For example, let me pull this up. This is a PDF that I use fairly regularly. This is the Wanderer's Guide to Merchants and Magic by Evan Tier Games. And down here at page 152, no, it's a little bit farther, there he is. On page 157, it lists out all of the items, nearly all of the items in the 5th edition OGL system reference document. Just like they skip over having to pay hirelings, pay them. Yeah, that pays into another thing. You know, you can go into here and you can say, okay, +1 armor is a rare item, but it's only worth 1,000 gold. Okay, that's kind of weird, because a +1 weapon, which is uncommon, is just worth 500, but a +1 shield is uncommon and it's 1,000. So what's the value of it? You know, an uncommon spell scroll only costs 200 gold. So, but that's uncommon, because a rare one costs 1,000. But this is the problem with like magic item currency. An uncommon item like the Robe of Useful Items is, at least on this list, 500 gold more than what an uncommon shield would be. A Ring of Swimming is less. Some of them are considerably less. But that's the thing. And then hell, Potion of Water Breathing is 50 gold per bottle. So when you have stuff like that, where now you're having to take into consideration the gold cost, it makes this also, it makes this something that like, oh, okay, this could entirely imbalance an entire system, or like economic system. And yeah, the whole idea of not having to pay hirelings is that is like just that them trying to take out the minutia with it. Okay, which I will say, I actually really appreciate that. I appreciate them trying not to drown this thing down with, you have to manage how many hirelings you have, and you have to make sure that you have enough money put aside for them, and you have to make sure that you have enough money for your mortgage or your rent or your property taxes. You have to pay your tithing to the local kingdom, or make sure that your horses are fed, and because that stuff is the same thing as if I were to look at a ranger and say, you better have every fucking component for your spell casting. You better tell me you are collecting every arrow that you just shot, because if you don't, you lose those. And you better make sure that you go to town next time and you stop at the general store and you buy some arrows. Or to tell the rogue, you better go buy some bolts, because if you're shooting those things all over the place and not collecting them, you lose them. I don't do that. I don't have my players worry about, do they have enough food and water? Do they have, money to pay their cost of living? Sure. Do I make them pay for a room when they go to a place? Yes. Do I make them pay for their meals? Yes. But I don't make them pay for needing to keep their weapons upkept. I don't make them pay for stuff like that, because that is what plays into the cost of living. That is the whole expenses thing, the lifestyle expenses table from the PHB. Like, this whole thing right here is how you manage that stuff. You live a modest life, you're paying 1 gold a day. Okay, so a 10-day goes by, you better take 10 gold out of your equipment. I don't want to have to do that. Just like I don't want to have to manage how many hirelings you have and what's your pay, because I've tried doing that in the past and it's fucking obnoxious. Okay. So, also, I like down here that it tries to manage this. Like it says, with sufficient time and goodwill built into the community, the item finds its way to the Bastion as a gift. Perhaps Bastion hirelings work tirelessly to create the item the character desires. Again, that's trying to play into a way that you get the magic items. Honestly, what I would like to do instead is, at 5th level, or really at any level, you can spend Bastion points to earn gold. Okay? I honestly wish that it was just that. I wish that like each, you know, like, okay, let's figure an uncommon magic item costs about 1,000 gold. Okay, so maybe you make it where it's 100 bastion, maybe it's one bastion point is worth 10 gold. Okay, and you can amass them and you can trade them in. Simple as that. So this way your bastions are not making you magic items, but guess what? You could buy a magic item with some of the money that they have accrued. Okay, something like that would work, in my opinion. It would be a very similar idea to what they have, but it's not just randomly interposing magic items into a campaign. I would rather it be a gold cost. That's my opinion, though. Everyone is welcome to their own. This is just mine. Okay, what is this? I actually did not read this part. Upon getting a level, they can spend 10 points to ensure word of their heroic deeds for the next oh yeah, I did hear about this. Yeah, so you could spend 10 points to give yourself advantage on all charisma checks within 50 miles of your bastion. And this is actually something that I do like, but I find it weird. You can spend 100 points to return to life at your bastion once per level. I don't know how that is supposed to work, how it's supposed to be managed in game, what happens to your body, what happens to your stuff. When you die, does your body need to be in the bastion? Because it says when a character dies, you know, they can spend 100 points to return to life. That in itself, if we are going based on an uncommon magic item is worth roughly 1,000 gold, you're basically saying that you cost about like 1,200 gold. You know, but that's the thing. It's like you're spending 100 points to return to life to your bastion, which is great and all, but again, is that all your magic items? Is that any of your stuff? Do your players have to bring that to you? Are you like Arnold Schwarzenegger and suddenly you appear in your bastion like in the superhero pose, just naked? Or do you suddenly like wake up in a bed fully clothed in your adventuring gear that you died in? Does your body just fade away on the battlefield when that happens? I don't know. What if your players bring you back before then? You know? And I get that this is supposed to leave it open for the DM's interpretation. But, you know, there's so many different factors that could be put into play. What happens if somebody mutilates your body and there's nothing left? Do you still return? What if somebody, you know, I don't know, traps your body in some kind of, you know, magical thing and you die, but your body is trapped in there? Do you get a new body back? Is this like reincarnation? Because how did the PC spend the points? Yeah, that's another thing. Bastion points then are just arbitrary, but I think that's the point. I think they are just arbitrary. Yeah. No, that is true. Bastion points are an abstraction reflecting the benefits that they accumulate. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know how I feel about a lot of this. When a character gains a bastion, it comes with two basic the amount of space in a facility determines its maximum area in 5-foot squares shown on this table. Now this is the part where I know my buddy Aaron is super excited because he can basically make his own maps. Now here's a point that does establish something we talked about earlier: combining bastions. 2 or more players have the option of combining their bastions into a single structure. Doing so doesn't change the number of special facilities each bastion can have, how those special facilities work, or who gets to issue orders in each bastion. Each bastion retains its own hirelings, which can't be sent to or shared with another bastion. Bastion defenders are handled differently. If some event deprives one character's bastion of defenders, another character can apply all or some of those losses to their bastion instead, provided they are combined. So this means you can have one bastion that has 2 bastions that work separately, but they are combined. So does it get one turn? You know, where does like it get one turn where it can do its own thing, or does each bastion get its own turn? We don't know. All right. Basic facilities don't generate bastion points, but they can inspire meaningful role. Yeah, these are just like bedrooms and dining rooms, kitchens, stuff like that. Okay. You get 2 basic ones to start with. A character can add a basic facility to their bastion by spending money and in-game time. The cost of adding a basic facility and the in-game time required, depending on the facility space shown on this table. It costs 20 days in-game and 500 gold to make a 10 by 10 square room. I want to point that out. It takes 20 days in game and 500 gold to make a 10 by 10 room. 20 days is really the thing I want to sit on. This is not how I feel like this is gonna. I just don't feel like this is gonna work in a lot of campaigns. I feel like, and this is the point that I actually was gonna make earlier, there are some people online saying that this system should be in the player's handbook because there's a lot of stuff that the players need to look at when determining what they want from it. This is the reason why I think this needs to be in the DM's guide, because I could see me running a campaign and when one of my players says, hey, are you doing bastion rolls? Me just saying, no, you are not going to have time between your adventures to do that. Like, this is a breakneck campaign. You're going to have time to rest at a tavern and build some relationships and maybe spend a day or two, but you're not going to have 20 days to build a kitchen. All right, there's no in-game benefit to be gained by enlarging a basic facility, which questions why it costs so much. Okay, I'm gonna change this up a little bit, and you guys let me know what you feel about this. Okay, at level 1, you can have a small bastion. A small bastion consists of 2 basic facilities. Okay, simple. It has no benefits. It is a place of rest and reprieve. You have, say, 2, or you have maybe 2 hirelings. Okay, it's somewhere out there where folks can come by and rest. Now, other folks can go there. So let's say you have a bedroom and you have a kitchen and or you have a kitchen, okay? Or a dining room. And that's mostly it. Okay? I don't care if it's, we're not going to say that it's, 36 squares, but maybe it's roomy. Maybe you have like the bedrooms separated, okay? But you get this at level 1. And all you're doing is these basic facilities are going to generate you a few gold. Okay? That's it. Now, we said before we could just say 1 bastion point is worth 10 gold. You just roll a d4 That's how many gold you got. Maybe somebody came by and stayed. Maybe they had a meal. You have a washroom. Somebody came by and washed up. They paid you 3 gold. That was nice of them. Thank you, sir. Maybe you have a kitchen. Maybe they came by and they cooked some food and, you know, some folks ate. They left some gold. You got 4 gold that day. Awesome. Maybe somebody stayed for the night and they paid, us a gold. Or maybe you had a couple people, they stayed a night and they paid a couple silver and it, you know, it adds up to 2 gold. Awesome. Guess what? You can have that from 1st level. When you reach 5th level, you've acquired enough notice of your quaint little tavern or possibly something. 3 gold for a bath. I mean, hey, sometimes having a clean facility is worth it. Also a place to maybe clean your armor and stuff. But at 5th level, you now can expand out. You get 2 additional basic facilities as well as 2 special facilities. So maybe you tack on a dining room and you tack on a washroom. Now you have a little bit of a tavern going on. Okay, cool. Now you can add on, say, maybe a garden for people to relax in, or maybe you want a workshop and a smithy. Okay, or maybe you want a storehouse and a garden. Okay, maybe you're gonna sell some stuff there. Maybe you want a sanctuary and an arcane study. Maybe this is taking place in a more magically inclined area, or maybe it's in like the desolate wasteland and you need people to defend yourself. So maybe you have barracks and an armory. Okay. So you get, at 5th level, you get this. You now have 4 places, 4 basic facilities in your place. I don't care how big they are. I don't care what it looks like, okay? It can't be the size of a castle or anything like that, but it can be a modestly sized building that, you know, you can play with. Maybe it has 2 or 3 levels. Maybe you have the arcane study and it's like slowly becoming a wizard's tower as time goes on, because maybe that's the design you want. Okay. Then at 9th level, you get another 2 basic facilities. Okay, maybe now you can add on the parlor and the storage. Maybe you can add on a courtroom, but you get 2 more special facilities. So let's just say we went with the storehouse and the garden, because honestly, I kind of like the idea of like, oh, this is a place where people can rest and relax, and oh, now we've opened up a place where people can buy and trade stuff. Oh, and we've also opened up a community garden in the back. Well, now we're opening up a greenhouse. We've expanded out. This is great. We've also added stables, because guess what? Folks are wanting to, folks are coming here and they're actually staying for an extra day or 2 in the bedrooms that we have. And then eventually you get the ability to tack on a pub later to that, and maybe the archive or like a meditation chamber out near the garden. Okay. I don't mind. Yeah, oh, that's right. You only get 1. You only get 1 at 3rd level. So yeah, we would go pub and then, you know, maybe go guild hall. But the point I'm making is the basic facilities should not cost 20 days, should not cost thousands of gold, okay? Just let your players have a little bit of imagination. Sure, you can rein them in a little. You can tell them, hey, look, this isn't gonna, you know, be your main thing. Every player gets their own bastion like this. Yes, that's the point I'm making. That was the whole reason why I said in the very beginning why this feels like it could be abused. Every bastion at 5th level gets 2 special facilities. You could cover the whole gamut with every single 5th level ability and a party of 5. If you have 5 players and each one of them has a bastion, you can literally have all 19 of the 5th to 9th level special facilities and 1 additional one. one additional 5th level. Which at that point, I don't see why you wouldn't have it as a barracks. Because if defenders can be moved across different ones, combine it into one giant bastion that has an arcane study, an armory, 2 barracks, a garden, a library, a sanctuary, a smithy, storehouse, workshop, gaming hall, greenhouse, laboratory, sacristy, scriptorium, sable, teleportation circle, theater, training area, and trophy room. If you let players have it like this, it's just so, it can be so abusive. And I'm not saying it would be, but it can be. Some players may hate this. Some players may, I don't want to deal with it. And that's fine. I know plenty of players that wouldn't. You know, I know plenty of players that wouldn't want to do this. But I know plenty of players that would lean over the table and be like, hey, just take one. Just, I'll deal with the numbers for you. Just take one. Make it, you're playing a wizard, make it the arcane study and the library. And we'll do that. And I'll run it for you. We'll combine ours. Kills me, man. Kills me. All right. Yeah, so here we go. Continuing on. I hope you have your Bastion. Yeah. All right, yeah, each time they gain a level. So I actually don't know. Base facility can be a large new, yeah, there's literally no way to add, you don't get basic facilities just as you level up. That's literally it. There, it is just by spending money. Why do these not cost money then? If it costs 500 gold and 20 days additional to put a fucking bedroom into my Bastion, why doesn't adding a storehouse cost more and take longer? Like, why doesn't adding a library take more time and money? All right. So, a special facility occupies a certain amount of space. See the table. Yeah, where? Here, yeah, there we go. No, what? See this, the facility space, yeah. Okay. Just as with a base facility, player can configure the squares of a special facility as desired on the Bastion's map. A special facility can't be enlarged unless its description says otherwise. So, an armory is roomy. And a guild hall is vast. But a meditation chamber is cramped. Ugh. All right, hirelings. A special facility comes with one or more hirelings who work in and maintain the facility. Hirelings can also execute Bastion orders. Player can assign names, personalities to them. Each special facility in a Bastion is assumed to generate enough income to pay the salary of its hirelings. Hirelings follow the orders they're given and are assumed to be loyal to the owner. So there's the whole thing about paying for hirelings. Okay, it is assumed that there is enough income that comes in. That is actually where I'm okay with it, because I don't want to have to do the minutia of hiring, of actually like paying hirelings. On a Bastion turn, a character in their Bastion can issue special orders called Bastion orders to one or more of their Bastion special facilities. Character needn't order to all the special facilities in their turn. The maintain order is unusual. It is issued to the whole Bastion rather than one or more special facilities. If a character isn't in their Bastion on a given turn, it acts as if it would have gained the maintain order. So, What are the different orders? Craft. Hirelings in the special facility begin crafting an item that can be made in that facility. You can also do the work yourself, but if you do, the work is suspended when you leave the Bastion until you return. During the time required to craft an item, the facility can't be used to craft anything else, even if a special ability allows the facility to carry out 2 orders at once. Empower. The special facility confers a temporary empowerment to the player character or someone else. Harvest. A resource is produced in the special facility. The hirelings gather it. You can also do the gathering yourself, but if you do so, the work is suspended when you leave it. During the time, it can only do 1 on blah, 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 blah. Same as we did before. All right. I don't see why the hirelings can't take things over once the PC starts. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because you do it in such a way that your hireling just doesn't understand. Maintain. All Bastion's hirelings focus on maintaining the Bastion rather than executing orders. Issuing this order prohibits other orders from being issued to the Bastion on the current Bastion turn. Each time the maintain order is issued, the character who issued the order gains 1d4 Bastion points. And the DM rolls on the Bastion events table, and they are resolved before the next turn. Recruit. Hirelings recruit creatures to your Bastion. Research. Hirelings in the special facility gather information. You can also do the research yourself, but if you do so, the work is suspended until you leave and come back. So it's basically like, hey, you're doing this, we don't want to touch it, you know, we're gonna let you finish this up. Also, yeah, that feels like a waste. Trade. Hirelings buy and sell goods or services stored or produced in this facility. All right. We're gonna go through this hopefully quick, because we've been tacking along at this for about 3 hours now in this UA. Granted, we talked about other things, but I want to get some sleep eventually. All right, Arcane Study. It is a 5th level Bastion facility. I am going to jump around on these because I want to talk about the 5th levels first. So, and then we'll go like, we'll jump around, okay? Arcane Study. You get this at 5th level. You need to be able to use an arcane focus as a spell casting focus. Why is that important? Okay, I'll tell you why that's important. That is because somebody like a bard who has, I may have picked the wrong one to think about. Somebody like a bard uses a musical instrument as a spellcasting focus. They don't use an arcane focus. Somebody like a cleric does not use an arcane focus. They use a holy symbol, which means clerics and bards cannot get arcane studies, even though arguably a knowledge cleric and a lore bard would be better suited for using an arcane study than some warlocks and some sorcerers. But they can't, because they don't get arcane focuses as spellcasting focuses. They have to use a musical instrument, or they have to use a holy relic or holy symbol. Same with druids. Granted, druids makes more sense. They use druidic focuses. All right. So, the order that you can give this is craft. An arcane study is a place of quiet research that contains one or more desks and bookshelves. When you issue the craft command to this facility, choose one of the following. You can craft an arcane focus, commissioning the facility's hireling to craft an arcane focus. It takes 7 days and costs no money. The arcane focus remains in your bastion until you claim it, or you can have it sold for 10 gold. So, what does that mean? That means that for the week, you just made 10 gold. Congrats. Craft book. You commission a blank book. It takes 10 days, costs you 10 gold, but it's there when you get there, or you can sell it for 25 gold. That is just a gross profit of 15 gold. You're better off just making books. Okay. If you need a book, you can go to a store and buy one. They cost 25 gold, sure. But you can just go to the nearest store and just grab one. So, before getting to the table, I imagine each special facility would have more than one order to choose. No, it is that they have one order, they do one thing, but each one of them does it a little bit differently. Now, the Arcane Study also allows the benefit of Cast Identify. After spending a long rest in your Bastion, you can cast Identify once within the next 7 days without expending a spell slot or using material components. That's not a bad little feature. I don't hate that, but that is only imparted to you once every 7 days, and you have to rest at your Bastion. So, better be back there at some point. All right. Up next, we have the Armory. An armory contains mannequins for displaying armor, hooks on the walls for holding shields, racks for storing weapons, and wooden chests for holding ammo. It is often connected or situated near a barracks. When you issue the trade order, you commission them to stock it with armor, weapons, shields, and ammo. This equipment costs you 100 gold, plus an extra 100 gold for each bastion defender in your bastion. If they have a smithy, this is cut in half. While your armory is stocked, so while you have paid all that money, your bastion's defenders are harder to kill. When an event causes you to roll dice to determine if your bastion loses one or more of its defenders, you roll a d8 in place of each d6 you normally would. When the event is over, the equipment in your armory is expended regardless of how many defenders you have or how many you lost, leaving your armory depleted until you issue another trade. And you better hope that your DM is not a conniving little snake and is gonna sit there and throw event after event at you, because that is just a money sink. 100 gold plus 100 gold for each defender. Okay, that's kind of crazy in my opinion. A bastion can have more than one barracks, each of which is for... Okay, can I point out this statement right here makes it sound as if you can only have one of any special barracks. Now, I could have skimmed over it, but I do not remember anywhere where it says you can't have the same one. They have two. Each special facility is chosen once. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wanted to make sure. Okay, so a barracks can be purchased more, or can be selected more than once. They can hold up to 12 bastion defenders. Each time you issue the recruit order, up to 4 defenders are recruited. The recruitment costs you nothing. You can't issue the recruit order if it's fully occupied. Keep track of the number of defenders housed in each of your barracks. If you lose defenders, deduct them from your roster. Assign names and personalities to your defenders as you see fit. You can enlarge a barracks to a vast facility by spending 2,000 gold, and it can accommodate... Okay, So 2,000 gold to go from roomy to advanced. So it is literally the same cost of this, but it doesn't cost the 80 days. It's just the gold cost. So why have the basic ones why have the basic ones cost that much gold and also take 80 days if this doesn't play into that? This arguably would take longer. One level up 2, I think. What do you mean? Oh, wait, what? One level up 2, I think, which is just 1 week? I don't know what that means. All right. Moving on. Going to the next one. Honestly, the way that the barracks sound is you kind of need them. Because if your TM is going to sit there and throw events at you where shit can happen and, you know, the places get attacked, you kind of need defenders. Which means that it might be beneficial for you to, like, partner up with the rest of your party members. Also, it sounds like the armory is, you know, also really important, but is also super expensive. All right, up next we have the garden. Now this is one that I actually did read a little bit more of, and I think it's the one that I have a little bit more, like, thought on. A bastion can have more than one garden. Each time you add a garden to your bastion, choose one of the following types: decorative, food, herb, and poison. While in your bastion, you can instruct the hirelings to change the garden from one type to another. This work takes 21 days, during which time no other activity can occur. That is 3 turns. When you issue the harvest order to this facility, you commission them to collect items of value from the garden. Decorative. You get floral bouquets which can be sold for 50 or for 5 gold. Food. You can produce food up to 50 gold worth. Herbs. You can produce herbs that are used to create potions of healing. And poison. You can create either 2 vials of antitoxin, or you can create 1 vial of basic poison. There's your money maker, folks. Right there. A poison garden can make antitoxins and poisons. 2 vials of antitoxin, each one of them is worth 50 gold. A vial of poison is worth 100 gold. Antitoxin can be sold to any general store for about 50 gold. Even if you take off, like, a cap of, say, 10% for, you know, economy cost, you are still selling that at 40 gold. Okay? Even the food isn't getting you nearly as much, because this is getting you 100 gold worth back to you. Already, hands down, the best option. Like, hands down, the best option. I mean, it's crazy that, like, these are things that it put in here. And I want to point out, we're going to get to it, the greenhouse allows you to produce midnight tears, which costs 1,500 gold, a pale tincture, which is 250, torpor, which is 600, and truth serum, which is 150. Midnight tears poison. Let me reiterate that. 1,500 gold. At 9th level, you can commission them for 1 week and no cost to you, you get a vial of Midnight Tears. Let me read to you what Midnight Tears does, okay? If the poison has not been neutralized before the stroke of midnight, when it is ingested, the creature must succeed a DC 17 con save or take 9d6 poison damage. But you can also sell it for 1,500 gold. There's your moneymaker. Assume the construction is ongoing and that the time leading up to the character reaching the new level. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. Okay, sure. If that's the point that you're making, then yes. Okay. If that is the case, this shit cannot happen in most normal campaigns. If this is what we're relying on, assume that construction is ongoing in the time leading up to the character reaching the new level, so each new facility immediately becomes a part of it when they reach the level. How? But like, this is the point that I've already made. Like, this is the point that I've already made. This kind of shit cannot work in the campaigns that Wizards is writing. You know, that's the problem. You can't have this be the thing that happens. All right. We're going to the library next. There it is. So, now I will say the library is actually pretty badass for the player's perspective. The library contains a collection of books, plus one or more desks and reading chairs. When you issue the research order to this facility, you commission the hireling to research a topic. This topic can be a legend, a known event or location, a person of significance, a type of creature, or a famous object. The work takes a week. When the research concludes, you obtain up to 3 accurate pieces of information about the topic that were previously unknown to you. The DM determines it. I will say, in a campaign where like you're fighting against something that you don't know the true nature of, this aspect is actually pretty awesome, but it depends on how much the DM is willing to allow out, because technically they could say, well, okay, I want to find out more about King Tyderis and, you know, what his weaknesses are. And like, okay, you get back the resource, you get back these, you know, these things, and it's like, okay, they're previously unknown to you. He likes puppies, and he drinks his coffee with a straw, and he likes long walks on the beach. Technically, that is information that is unknown to you, but is that necessarily, you know, beneficial to your work? It depends on if your DM's willing to allow, you know, something like that to really work that well. All right. Moving on from library. Where we at? What comes after library? Sanctuary. There we go. All right, so Sanctuary has the prerequisite of needing a holy symbol or druidic focus. So here's your arcane study for the holy characters. Icons of your religion are displayed in this facility, which includes a quiet place for worship or spiritual practice. As a part of having this, you can draw on the power of your sanctuary to heal yourself or another. After spending a long rest, you can cast Healing Word once within the next 7 days. The spell is half your level rounded down. What does that mean? The spell's level is half your level rounded down. So if I'm level 20, I can cast it at 10th level. Is that what that means? Can I cast a 10th level spell for once? Or, you know, oh, do I just get to cast it at its max level? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Don't know about that one. All right, so craft. Sacred Focus. You commission the facility to craft a Druidic Focus or a Holy Symbol. It takes 7 days, but it remains there and can be sold for 5 gold. Ah, look at that. You get 1 casting of Healing Word for a week, and you get to make 5 gold. Now, here's the thing. I will say that it's one of those things of like, oh yeah, nobody wants to have to go out and buy a holy symbol. Okay, you know, if your character dies, they're only 5 gold. Just go out and buy one. Why is this a thing? Why are we crafting holy symbols? What mechanical benefit does this really have? All right, Smithy. Did we pass one up? No. Smithy, you need to have the fighting style feature or unarmored defense. So that means you have to be a fighter, a paladin, a ranger, a barbarian, or a monk. Okay, those are your options. The smithy contains a forge or you need to take the feat to get a fighting style. This smithy contains a forge, an anvil, and other tools needed to craft weapons and tools. While you are there, you can craft ammunition or a simple weapon. You commission the hireling to craft up to 20 pieces of ammo or 1 weapon. It costs half the normal price of the ammo or weapon. You can commission a masterwork simple weapon, which takes 2 weeks and costs 800 gold. It has no special properties, but if the magic weapon spell is cast on it, it then gets a permanent +1 bonus. I don't hate this. It's not bad, but it does require you to spend 800 gold and then have a spell cast on it just so it becomes a +1 weapon, which at 5th level can often be found in a dungeon, just hanging out. I dropped my back scratcher. Armor. You can commission them to craft a suit of medium or heavy armor, excluding hide, 20 caltrips, a chain, 10-foot chain, crowbar, grappling hook, hammer, horseshoes, hunting trap, set of manacles, miner's pick, 10 iron spikes or pitons, an iron pot, a metal shield or shovel. This takes 7 days or 21 if it's a suit of armor and costs half of the normal cost. Now, I want to point out that something like plate armor is 1,500 gold. So honestly, that's really one of the only things that I can see is worth it, to have 3 weeks where in that 3 weeks you can get plate armor at 5th level that only costs you 750 gold. If you can't find it otherwise, that's actually not a bad option. I still feel that you are only better off getting the garden and just selling a bunch of your poisons and antitoxins. All right, lastly, you have the ability to craft a martial weapon. It's the same thing as simple. It just takes 14 days for normal, 21 days for the masterwork, but it's still the 800 gold magic weapon +1 bonus. Okay. Moving on to, wait, we definitely skipped one. What did we skip? Sanctuary, oh, storehouse. That's what I'm missing before workshop. There it is, storehouse. All right, so storehouse. This cool dark space is meant to contain trade goods, but can hold almost anything. When you issue the trade order to this facility, its hirelings spend the next 7 days procuring non-magical items that have a total value of 500 gold or less and stores them in the storehouse. Or they use those 7 days to sell goods in your storehouse. You bear the total cost of any purchase, and the maximum value of the purchased items increases to 2,000 when you reach 9th, 5,000 when you reach 13th. The equipment chapter has the common goods that can be bought. When you sell goods from your store, the buyer pays you 10% more than the standard price, and this increases as you go up. This is where you need to do shit, okay? The fact that you can spend 500 gold to have shit loaded into a warehouse for you is decent. But the fact that you can sell shit for a 10% increase, that's 50 gold. That's 50 gold. Okay, cool. I buy stuff for 500 gold, and I'm going to sell it for a profit. Okay? Like, okay, cool. At 13th level, I'm buying stuff for 5,000 gold, but I'm selling it and getting I'm getting 2,500 gold back. This still doesn't make the greenhouse is still the best option for money. I want to point that out. The greenhouse is still the best option for money, but this is nice. Okay. All right, and then we need to go to the W, the workshop. The workshop is a creative space where all manner of useful items can be crafted. After spending an entire short rest in your workshop, you gain heroic advantage. This is that one where it's like, you can roll again and take the highest. It's the old inspiration. When you issue the craft order, you commission them to craft one tiny non-magical object that can be made using carpenter's tools, cobbler's tools, glassblower tools, mason's, potters, tinkerer's, weaver's, or woodcutter tools. This could include a costume, gaming set, music instrument, spellcasting focus, bottle, shoe, or a toy. This work takes 10 days and costs nothing unless it's worth 10 gold or more, in which case you pay half. So you're telling me that a workshop can literally do more than what a sanctum can, or a sanctuary can, because a sanctuary is letting you create a spellcasting focus, and it's just giving you the healing word once a week. But this is also letting you cast a spellcasting or create a spellcasting focus. So it's basically the same thing, just without the healing word, but you only need a short rest to get inspiration here, and you have that until you can get that once per long rest versus the other one, which is once a week. Ooh, there's a lot in here that I just don't see the value in it. All right. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick over on my side. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Let's put you over here. Doop. And let's put you. Oh, didn't copy the whole thing. Put you over there. Cool. All right, so up next we have the gaming hall. The gaming hall allows the trade action. It offers recreational activities ranging from chessboards to darts and card games. When you issue the trade order, you commission your hirelings to turn it into a gambling den for 10 days. At the end of the 7th day, roll a percentile die and consult the gambling den. Winnings are determined based on the house's winnings. Okay, so let's just roll one. Let's just do it. We'll do it real quick. D100, 43. So that means I get 1d6 times 10. So that means that I'm on average going to get about 35 gold. Okay, so I made 35 gold in the week. Now I have a 4% chance of getting, you know, on average 350, but that's very small. So, okay, this is just supposed to generate money. I don't know about that. Again, you can make more money by selling poison. All right, up next we have the greenhouse, bringing me back to the one I wanted to talk about. It is a spacious enclosure where rare plants and fungi are nurtured in a controlled climate. One plant in your greenhouse has 3 magical fruits growing on it. Any creature that eats one of the fruits gains the benefit of the lesser restoration spell. Fruits that aren't eaten within 24 hours of being picked lose their magic. The plant replaces all picked fruits daily at dawn, and it can't be transplanted without killing it. When you issue the harvest order to this facility, you get 2 options. 1, you can create a greater healing potion. It takes 7 days and costs nothing. For reference, a greater healing potion costs... Oh, it's uncommon. That's right. It doesn't have a cost technically. But a normal potion costs 50. So a greater healing potion, which heals more than double, would cost a little more than double. But harvest poison, you extract 1 application of an ingested poison. Midnight tier sells for 1,500 gold. I'm going to leave it at that. Okay? I'm going to leave it at that. And it costs you nothing. Moving on, we are going to the laboratory. A laboratory contains storage space for alchemical supplies and workspaces for crafting potions and other concoctions. When you issue the craft order to this facility, choose one of the following options. Liquid concoction. You craft a vial of acid, a flask of alchemist fire, or a bottle of ink, and it costs half the normal cost. Why would you do the laboratory to make a vial of... Oh wait, no, it's acid, not poison. Okay, that's fine. Craft poison. You commission a hireling to craft a basic poison or a vial containing a rare poison. The rare poison must be one of the following: burnt author fumes, I don't even know that one. I've never even heard of that one. I know carrion crawler mucus. Essence of ether. Or malice. All right, so for reference, you have to be level 9 to get this. Burnt author fumes only deals it actually deals consecutive damage, but it's really only 66 poison. It's worth 500 gold. Carrion crawler mucus incapacitates a creature and poisons them and paralyzes them. It's worth 200 gold. Essence of ether poisons them for 8 hours. It's worth 300 gold. And malice is that they are blinded, and it's 250. You are still better off creating midnight tears at a greenhouse. That bottom line. Lastly, you can craft a potion with the cost of all the ones down here. This kind of spits in the face of my snake oil salesman subclass, but I'm not going to hold it against them. All right. Where's our next one? Oh, here it is. The I gotta Google this word.
Sacristy.
Sacristy. Okay. Interesting. A sacristy serves as a preparation and storage room for the sacred items and okay. Having a sacristy allows you to regain 1 expended spell slot of 5th level or lower after spending an entire short rest in your bastion. That's decent. You can't gain this. It says once per long rest. Additionally, you can make holy water at no cost. Oh, actually, you can also make potent holy water. That's actually kind of cool. And you can make a Pearl of Power, a Periapt of Wound Closure, Ring of Water Walking, Sending Stones, Staff of the Adder, Staff of the Python, or a Wand of Magic Detection that only costs 200 gold. That's actually not the worst. Sending Stones is actually probably one of the better options in there, because if you make pairs of Sending Stones, you can have multiple uses per day. So, also, Periapt of Wound Closure is pretty decent, considering that allows you to, that if you're dying, you stabilize. Also, you get extra hit points whenever you do your hit die. So that's actually not too bad. All right, Scriptorium contains desks and writing supplies. You can copy a non-magical book that takes 7 days. You can create 50 copies of a broadsheet, a pamphlet, or other. Oh my goodness, you can make pamphlets. 1 gold per copy. Holy shit. And then you can distribute them to locations within 10 miles of your bastion. Well, there's Justin's ability to have a Rager in Phandalin. And you can also make a spell scroll based on this list up here. So, legendary, man, you can anywhere from 50 gold to 100,000. Would you look at that? All right, and moving on to the last one at 9th level, Stable, which, or no, that's not the last one. Moving on to Stable. Bastion can have more than 1 stable. Each one comes with a riding horse and 2 ponies. It is big enough to house 3 large animals. 2 medium creatures occupy the same amount of space as 1 large. Okay. After a beast that can serve as a mount spends 14 days, all animal handling checks made with respect to it have advantage. That's pretty nice. When you issue the trade order, you commission your hirelings to buy or sell one or more mounts at normal cost, keeping the ones you buy in your stable. It takes 7 days, and they determine. Okay, yeah. When you sell a mount, the payer pays 20% more than the standard price. Okay. And you can enlarge this to vast, allowing you to hold up to 6 large animals. Okay, that's not terrible. Teleportation circle. Inscribed on the floor in this room is a permanent teleportation circle. Each time you issue the recruit order, your bastion extends an invitation to a friendly mage or a friendly archmage if you are 17th level or higher. Roll any dice. If the number rolled is odd, they decline the invitation. You gain no benefit from having issued this order. If it's even, they accept it and they arrive via your teleportation circle. They stay for 7 days. The guest will not help you defend your bastion and departs immediately if it's attacked. While you are in your bastion, you can ask the visiting mage or archmage to cast 1 spell. In the case of the mage, choose a wizard spell of 4th level or lower. In the case of the archmage, choose a level of 8th level or lower. It may be one the visitor has prepared, or it might be written in a spell book. If the spell has material costs, you must pay them before you cast the spell. So, what this means is the teleportation circle gives you a 50-50 chance of being able to have the opportunity to have a wizard cast a spell that you have to pay for. Because that's what it boils down towards. You have to roll to see if they accept or decline your invitation. Once they're there, if you don't show up within the week, they're gone. They will immediately leave if it's attacked. And then you can have them cast 1 spell while they're there, but it has to be one that you pay for the material costs. Okay. I'm gonna get through these last ones hopefully quickly. The theater, you get the empower ability. You can use the theater to produce a theatrical production or concert. It takes 14 days, followed by 10 or 7 days of performances. So during this time, a character can compose music or write a script. Yeah. You can remain there to serve as the conductor or the production director, or a character who remains the Bastion can star in it. At the end of the rehearsal period, so that's the 14 days, each character who contributed in the concert must make a performance check. If one or more checks, if more succeed than fail, you and any other characters who contributed gain a theater die, a d6. This increases to 8 and a d10 later on. At any point after the rehearsals end, a character can expend their theater die to roll it and add that number to an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. If a character hasn't expended it before gaining another, the first die is lost. Is that literally it? That's literally it. That's literally it. You spend 14 days rehearsing for the opportunity to roll a performance check, which has the potential to fail, but if you succeed, you get 1 use of Bardic Inspiration. It feels like a slap in the face. Training area. It's a wide open courtyard, gym, music or dance hall, or cleverly built gauntlet of traps and hazards. When a training area becomes a part of your bastion, choose one trainer from the expert training table. Oh, down here, I see. On each of your turn, oh, you can have more than one of these. Okay, that was gonna be my next question. When you issue the empower order, the facility's hirelings conduct training for the next 7 days. Any character who trains here for at least 8 hours on each of those days gains the benefit at the end of the training period. Battle expert. Once per turn. Okay, so this lasts for 7 days. Once per turn, when you take damage on an attack with an unarmed striker weapon, you can reduce it by 1d4. Okay. Skills. You gain proficiency in acrobatics, athletics, performance, sleight of hand, or stealth. Okay. Tools expert. You gain a tool or musical instrument. An unarmed combat master. You can use an unarmed strike to damage a creature. They take an extra. Okay. Training area. One of the better ones. Training area, one of the better options. 7 days to then have 7 days where you can either reduce damage by 1d4 or deal an extra 1d4 unarmed, or getting proficiency in a skill or a tool. That is actually not the worst thing. To have 7 days of stealth proficiency, that is something that you really can't pass up if you're planning a stealth mission. Oh, and weapon expert. You can gain proficiency with a weapon for the next 7 days and use its mastery property. That, again, that's decent. I'm going to give training area an okay. That one's not bad. Now, you do have to have expertise in a skill or a fighting style or unarmored defense, which opens it up from what the armory had, which was fighting style and unarmored defense. So this does give you the option for any of the experts to jump in. Okay. Trophy room. When you issue the research order, you can commission your high. Okay, so this is literally the same thing that the Arcanum has, the arcane study. But the trophy, so you're going to obtain 3 accurate pieces of information about the topic that was unknown to you. It can be of a legend, any type of creature or famous object. So this is literally the same thing as the arcane study. Okay, but it's a level 9 feature. Trinket trophy. You commission them to search for a trinket. When the research concludes, if you roll a die, if it's odd, they find nothing useful. If it's even, they find a trinket with a previously unknown magical property. You can decide what it looks like on the trinkets table, and as a magic action, they can use it to cast a particular spell requiring no spell slots. This can either be clairvoyance, death ward, find traps, locate creature, magic weapon, remove curse, or speak with dead. Okay, so you can spend 1 week to get a 50-50 chance to then have to then be able to cast one spell once. Let me reiterate that. You spend a week and you get a 50-50 chance to be able to cast find traps once. Honestly, the only benefit that this would have is that you would do that in conjunction with making a masterwork weapon. You get the one that does magic weapon and you turn it into a +1. That's it. All right. Going up to 13th level, we are moving to the archive. Now, the archive is big. Your archive contains 1 copy of a rare, valuable reference book chosen from this table. While it's in your bastion, you gain the book's benefit. When you issue the research order, you commission the hireling to search the archive for helpful lore. It takes 7 days. When whoever does this work gains the knowledge as if they had cast legend lore. They gain knowledge that they can share with you the next time. So it's basically a free casting of legend lore. Now, here's the thing. The archive basically gives you advantage on certain study checks. That's about it. Okay? This first one, Arcana, that you get advantage on Arcana checks. This one you get history, this one you get investigation, this one you get nature, this one you get religion. That's it. So it is basically that so long as you have that, you gain that book's benefit, which means you have advantage on checks when you take the study action. That's not bad. Is it something that is a 13th level ability? Now, I will say, enlarging it to get 2 reference books, that's pretty decent. Okay. All right, meditation chamber. When you issue the Empower order to this facility, you enable all your Bastion's hirelings to use the chamber to gain a measure of inner peace. You can immediately issue a Bastion order to one of your other special facilities, even if it's already been issued an order. Now, this is where some shit says it can't do this unless, even if it says you can. So there is some shit that this won't work with. Okay. Focus or fortify self. You can meditate in here for 7 days. If you leave this, you gain no benefit. So if you have to go outside to like attack something because your place is getting hit, you lose the benefits of this. At the end of the 7th day, you gain advantage on 2 kinds of saving throws for the next 7 days. They're chosen randomly. That's not terrible, but like the fact that it has to be 7 solid days, yeah. But this isn't terrible, but again, it's a 13th level ability. I hope it's good. A menagerie keeps various creatures in enclosures. Multiple creatures can be contained in the same enclosure if they would get along normally. When you issue the recruit order to this facility, you commission the hirelings to add a creature from the menagerie list below. It takes 7 days, costs you the amount listed. It is big enough to contain 4 large creatures. 4 medium or small creatures can occupy the same... What? 4 medium creatures can occupy the same space as 1 large? I don't know about that. Keep track of the creatures housed as they count as bastion defenders. Okay, so the menagerie is basically that instead of having the barracks, you have bears. Okay. Wait, what? You can choose not to count one or more of the creatures as defenders, in which case they can't be called upon. Instead, they act in accordance to their nature and use their stat blocks in the monster manual. Holy shit. So you can add like straight up owlbears and giant scorpions. Okay. That's pretty crazy. Oh, that's pretty crazy. Okay. I'm gonna touch on one fact about all of these at the end, but I'm just gonna say right there, that's kind of not bad, but it's like more flavor than anything. Observatory, empower. You can use your observatory to appear into the far corners of wild space and the astral plane. When you spend an entire long rest in your observatory, you can cast Contact Other Plane once within the 7 days. When you use the Empower order to this facility, you enable yourself or the facility's hireling to explore the eldritch mysteries of the stars for 7 consecutive nights. At the end, roll a die. If it's even, nothing is gained. If it's odd, an unknown power bestows one of the following supernatural charms. Oh, these are like the charms of, because charms are rare to actually like find in games. Like that is a rare thing. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know about this. I have to look at one other thing. Is each one of them okay? So let's break this one down. You can spend a long rest and cast Contact Other Plane. Now, Contact Other Plane is a spell that allows you to reach out to an extraplanar intelligence and speak with them. Now the thing is that when you reach out to them, you can ask up to 5 questions, and they can only be answered with 1-word answers, such as yes, no, maybe, never, irrelevant, or unclear. It's basically a magic 8-ball. But here's the thing. When you cast Contact Other Plane, you have to make an intelligence saving throw. And if you fail, you take 6d6 psychic damage and are insane until you finish a long rest. While insane, you can't take actions, you can't understand what other creatures say, you can't read, and you speak only in gibberish. And only the casting of Greater Restoration can resolve this. Yeah. So you can spend a long rest to then cast that spell, but in addition to that, you can spend 7 days to get a 50-50 chance to get a charm. Now, what do charms do? Well, Charm of Dark Vision allows you to cast Dark Vision 3 times. Heroism and Vitality allow you to cast those spells once, and that's it. Charms are little things that allow you to cast a certain spell or use a certain item once. I don't know if it's worth it. Pub, you get the research order. You commission the pub's bartender, your hireling, to gather information from spies who are aware of all important events happening within 10 miles of your bastion over the next 7 days. During that time, these spies can divulge the location of any creature that's familiar to you, provided it's within 50 miles of your bastion. And not hidden by magic. If the spies learn the location, they learn where it's been in the for the previous 7 days. In addition, you get a magical drink. Bigby's Burden allows you to cast Enlarge Reduce. You get the enlarge effect for 24 hours, no saving throw. This one gives you spider climb for 24 hours. This one gives you dark vision for 24 hours. This one gives you resistance to necrotic damage for 24 hours, and this one makes you immune to frightened. Hands down, the pub so far is the best option. Like, mechanically, other than selling shit to make money and selling poisons, the fact that you can gather information about the surrounding area and also hunt creatures down, because creature could be humans, so you could find out the location of somebody or someone or something within 50 miles of you. And on top of that, these drinks are actually pretty decent. A full day's use of enlarge to get extra damage, or spider climb to be able to climb walls, or dark vision, those are actually decent. And the fact that you can have up to 2 of them, or that you can have additional hirelings, like, that's actually pretty decent. All right, moving on to the last 13th level one, Reliquary. This vault holds sacred objects that reinforce your religion. When you long rest in your bastion, you gain lesser restoration. Oh, you can cast lesser restoration once within the next week. When you use harvest, you commission your hireling to produce a specially prepared talisman. It usually takes the form of an amulet, rune-covered box, or a statuette, but it can be tiny, non-magical, and has religious significance. It takes 7 days, no money. You can use it as a spellcasting focus, ignoring any of the material components, including ones that have costs of 1,000 gold or less. It can be used once. Okay. So basically, welcome back. What'd you miss? Boy, oh boy, will I tell you my disappointment in a minute. So basically, the Reliquary at 13th level allows you to cast Greater Restoration once per week, and also spend 1 week creating a spellcasting focus that lets you ignore the cost of one spell that has a material cost. And then you have to take it back to the Reliquary and harvest for another one. Okay. All right. Going up to the 17th level ones, we're going to the Demiplane. The Demiplane is a shadowy door appears on a flat, solid surface in one of the other facilities in your bastion. If you are in your bastion, you can relocate this door to another facility. It is large enough to allow medium creatures, but only you and your hirelings can open it. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. This is all filler. Neither the Demiplane nor its door can be dispelled. That's actually really good to know. When you cast the Empower order on this facility, runes appear on the walls, floor, and ceiling and last for a week. Until the runes disappear, you gain temporary hit points equal to 5 times your level after spending an entire long rest in it. 5 times your level. That is 85 hit points. The beverage on tap means that any of the PCs can drink. Oh, from the pub? Between the Bastions turns, you can switch one of them. Yeah. Anyone can get a drink. Yeah, the pub has one magical beverage on tap. Choose from the options below. Between turns, you can switch to one of the table's other options. Yeah, so you can just drink that. Yep. Okay, so Demiplane already one of the best options, but it's also at 17th level, so it doesn't actually matter because most campaigns don't see that point. That's 85 extra hit points, and I will say that's pretty baller. Also, you can use a magic action to create a non-magical object of your choice from nothing. It can be no bigger than a 5-foot cube, and it must be made of wood, stone, porcelain, glass, paper, non-precious, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Scry proof. The demiplane and its contents can't be scryed upon using crystal balls. Divination spells or other similar magic. That's actually pretty decent. Okay, so far, demiplane's good. Guild Hall. Guild Hall comes with a guild of which you are the guild master. Choose one of the following from this table down here. We'll get to that. Your guild is roughly 50 members made up of skilled folk who live or work outside your bastion, usually in nearby settlements. Each time you use the recruit order, you commission one or more members to perform a special assignment. Each guild has... Okay, so let's take a look at this. Adventurers Guild. You send adventurers to track down a beast that has a CR of 2 or lower, and is known to lair within 50 miles of your bastion. The adventurers slay or capture the creature of your choice in and around 7 days. If it is slain and your bastion has a trophy room, you can add it to that facility. If it is captured, you can add it to a menagerie. Okay, so you can basically send people out looking for shit. There's so many on here. Baker's Guild. You can create baked goods for a prestigious event within the week. You receive payment in coin, 500 gold, or a favor. Brewers Guild. You deliver 50 40-gallon barrels, and you can sell the barrels for 10 gold apiece. Okay, so you get 500 gold. Awesome. So these two are basically, you get 500 gold. Cartographer. You can draw maps in 7 days. Alternatively, you can spend 500 gold to procure a map of a known adventure location and deliver it to your bastion within 7 days. That's actually really decent. Entertainers Guild. You can create an art such as painting, play, ballad, symphony, or statue. It gains recognition, high praise, and it can decide... Okay, so the DM decides how much... the DM can decide that the work accrues value after your death. The work gains recognition and high praise, but no monetary value. This literally means shit. Jewelers Guild. You assign jewelers to craft a gemstone or worth 1,000 gold. Okay, you must so you have to pay 500 gold to get something worth 1,000 that you can sell for 1,000, so you're gonna make 500 gold, which is the same thing as the brewers and the bakers. Masons. You can add a defensive wall to your bastion at no cost. That's really good. Alternatively, you can have them perform work for another creature's bastion, provided their bastion's within 1 mile of your. Each 5-foot square defensive wall takes 1 day to build instead of 10. That's good. Shipbuilders. You assign shipbuilders to build one of the vehicles in the waterborne vehicles table in the player's handbook. You pay the full cost of it, which are expensive, and the work takes 1 day per 1,000 gold. Holy shit. I want to point out that I'm not going to pull up the whole list, but ships are expensive. Thieves Guild. You assign thieves to infiltrate locations within 50 miles of you. They can steal objects no bigger than 5 feet and deliver them to you. A white key is left in its place. Oh, that's actually... Oh, I didn't know each one of them had a little symbol. Actually, I like those. A DM may decide that this activity leaves you at risk for retaliation from law enforcement or the victim. Interesting. Okay. Some of these aren't bad. Honestly, the Mason one sounds like the best regarding, what you're doing, because there's no reason to take these other ones to sell shit. Because again, you can take the greenhouse at level 9 and get midnight tears and sell that for 1,500 gold. That's literally 3 weeks worth of this stuff. All right. Going down to Sanctum. A sanctum of its place of solace and healing. When you use the Empower order, you inspire your hirelings to perform daily rites. Each time the beneficiary finishes a long rest, they gain temporary hit points equal to your level. That's 17. Okay. When you spend a long rest, you can cast Heal. Heal is actually a very powerful spell. Heal is one of those... God damn it. Heal is one of those higher level ones. I think it's 100 hit points, 70 hit points. It also ends blindness, deafness, and any disease. So that's actually decent. And you can cast Word of Recall to make your sanctum the destination of the spell instead of another place you have previously designated. I forget, what is Word of Recall? Up to 5 willing creatures. Okay, so it just allows you and your allies to teleport to the sanctum instantly. Okay. Lastly, the War Room. War Room is where you can plan military actions in consultation with an inner circle of loyal lieutenants. You start with 2 lieutenants, but can add more as described below. They do not count as bastion defenders. Each lieutenant housed in your bastion reduces by 1 the number of dice you roll to determine how many bastion defenders are lost. That's actually pretty decent. The War Room contains war memorabilia. Okay, so what can you do? You can recruit lieutenants, and you can have up to 10 of them. You can recruit soldiers. You commission 1 or more of your lieutenants to assemble a small army. Each lieutenant can muster 100 guards in 7 days. Reduce that number to 20 if you want them to be mounted. It costs you 1 gold per day to feed each guard and each horse in your army. Wherever the army goes, it must be led by you or at least one of your lieutenants. The army also disband if 1 day goes without being fed. Holy shit. That's it. So the War Room is literally, hey, you can get lieutenants and you can get soldiers, but that's it. Like, that's the whole thing. Okay. That's all of them. That's all of them. The last thing that I'm going to look at real quick before I give my overall opinion on this. If a character issues no orders for a number of consecutive turns equal to the character's level, because they're dead or otherwise out of commission, the hirelings abandon the bastion, the site is looted. If they return later, they have the option to start a new bastion. Player can give up their bastion at any time, releasing the hirelings and abandoning the location. The divested bastion is quickly vacated, looted, and might even burn to the ground. In either case, the player can work with the DM to establish a new one. Okay. Events. A D20. You have a 50, or no, sorry, that's not 50. You have a 45% chance of nothing happening. You have a 5% chance of an attack, a 10% chance of losing your hirelings, a 10% chance of getting refugees, a 5% chance of friendly visitors, request for aid, honored guest, extraordinary opportunity, criminal hireling, and magical discovery. I'm not going to go into each one. The point that I'm going to make with all of this, because we just went through a lot, okay? There's some cool stuff in here. There's some interesting ways to make money. There's some interesting ways to buff your character's skills, okay? Again, making money, getting materials. This is all fluff, okay? This is all fluff. This whole thing, the Bastion system, I do not feel that in most campaigns any of this is going to get used, because the time frame is ridiculous. That's my main issue. At the end of the day, most campaigns are not going to be where it is 7 weeks. Now, seven days. where it is, most campaigns do not go 50 in-game days between level ups. It just doesn't happen. Most campaigns don't last 50 days in-game unless you have a time skip. This whole system is designed, in my mind, to be used in a certain kind of campaign. Okay? A campaign where this is one of the selling features of it. Okay? Where it is with the understanding that in the beginning, this is the expectation of, hey, you're gonna have this thing. Which brings me to my point that I made earlier. Allow your players to have some subtle things in the beginning at level 1. Maybe one of your first opening adventures is getting the place. Okay, maybe it's a fortress that's overtaken by goblins. Maybe there's a town that's overrun by orcs and there's facilities there that you can take over. Okay, but I do not think that there is enough of a benefit to really drop this in to random campaigns if you use the time frame that like Wizards of the Coast has set up for stuff. You know, it's with the adventures that they put out, with the modules that are generally designed, something like the Bastion system just is not going to be utilized in most campaigns, and it sucks. It sucks that that's the case, because there's some cool stuff in here, but it's just not gonna get the effort that it needs. So my overall opinion on it, I like what they were trying to go with. I appreciate the effort that they put into it. But at the end of the day, we already had books like Matt Colville's Strongholds and Followers from MCDM, which outlines whole types of strongholds, such as keeps, towers, temples, various establishments, strongholds for different classes, villain strongholds, ways that you can run battle around them, new items that align with them, different followers that can be utilized in them, and a small adventure that can play into this. Okay? Like, this has already been a thing that has been put out there that other people have come up with. I mean, like, but look, it's in reality, it's like the same times. It's days, okay? It is days and thousands of gold. But like, this kind of stuff is, and look at this. You got like full-on examples. Look at this keep. Okay, look at this keep. A small keep has multiple buildings. pirate ships. Okay? Pirate ships that have different options. Towers that have various rooms. This one has 7 floors. Okay? Temples of all kinds of shape and size, different establishments like a blacksmith or a theater. It's been done. And in my opinion, it was done better in this book. I've had strongholds and followers for a while. And the reason why I never implemented it into my campaigns, because I had thought about it, is because it's not designed for my kind of games. Okay? You know, it's just not. And the problem is that I don't want to have to try and work all the rules around to make it make sense for my group, because it just wouldn't. And it would feel stunted, and it would feel like it was half-assed. Okay. So I think that's where I'm going to leave tonight. I like what they're going for. I don't think the way that Wizards has designed their adventures and their campaigns and their modules works with the Bastion system. Now, maybe for other campaigns and homebrew stuff that take things a little bit slower and there's time between adventures. My buddy Jay ran an adventure where it was, you know, a short rest took 1 day and a long rest took a week. Now, unfortunately, that campaign hasn't really played in a while, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's one of those things where you just have to look at it and say, you know, is this for me? You know, and I said it from the beginning, it's not for every DM, it's not for every campaign, it's not for every player, you know, but some people are going to be into that. I just don't know if it's I don't know if it's the majority of the people that I play with, and if it is, the kind of campaigns that I run, it doesn't really work with. The whole thing does seem a bit rushed, and it's possibly the folks who did the write-ups for each facility didn't necessarily talk. I don't necessarily think that the people who did the facilities didn't talk to one another. I think the problem has more to do with the fact that they're trying to come up with answers for a question that doesn't exist. They don't need to go this ham with it. Players want a simple system where they can have a place they call their own and maybe have like 1 or 2 special things. Okay. Yeah, it needs scaled down, you know. Now, I will say, because I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier today, and I might have words to speak on it, you know, as time goes on, because I'm currently working on it, but there is a campaign I'm working on designing right now that something like this would be useful in, something like Strongholds and Followers or Bastions, and it's an adventure that takes place in a land where imagine, if you will, let's pull up that map of Faerun that I had earlier. Okay. High res. Here we go. So, imagine, if you will, this map of Faerun. Okay. Now, most of you who are looking at this, you probably know, you know, this map. It's fairly familiar. Okay. You got Neverwinter. You know, Phandalin would be reading about this area and, you know, Luskin, Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate's a little bit, you know, further south down to here. Now imagine, if you will, that this world was cut off on most of this eastern side. Let's just take roughly this amount of space, okay? And imagine, if you will, from, say, that's probably not far enough, but, you know, let's just say from maybe the Kingdom of Many Arrows up here to the north, like River Cerberin, down, and all of this area to the east was covered in a great mist. Okay. And it was dangerous. You could not travel into there without fear of death. There were creatures there that roamed, that were of mysterious origins, that things were dangerous beyond all recount. And then, and you know, expeditions were sent there. Strange things could be found in it. You know, evidence of an old ancient civilization, but few return. And those that return are often driven mad. Well, this is kind of the idea of the campaign I had, you know, where that mist suddenly lifts one day and there's an expansive region to explore. A great, wide, expansive region to the west. A place of new opportunities, of birth, of life. And this is the idea of the campaign that I'm like thinking of, where Bastions would play a huge factor, because it's a whole region of a world that is there to be tamed and claimed and built upon. And it's something where the players can go and create that settlement. We called it California eventually, and it was to the west. Yeah. So I'll give you the short introduction to this, because like I said, I do plan on working on this in time. I need to put a map together soon, but to do a little introduction before we end the stream for tonight. Welcome, brave souls, to Illendor, in a world shrouded in mystery and in a world shrouded in magic and beset by mysteries, two lands stand at the precipice of destiny. To the west lies the venerable region of Calabastia, a sprawling realm of multiple duchies, from the oceanic beauty of Marina to the lush valleys of Verdantis. Dominated by the city of Kala, the beating heart of the continent, Calabastia is a realm rich in history and ripe with opportunity. Off its coastal jewel, the sapphire expanse, lay islands that promise both peril and prosperity. Isla Mystica, where the air shimmers with enchantment. Gull Perch Archipelago, the fisherman's paradise. And Thundertop Isle, with its fiery mountain ever on the brink of fury and eruption. Then to the east there lies the newly revealed mystery, the great Guert Natal. For centuries this land was obscured by a malevolent fog, known then as the Haslands. A region so perilous that even whispers of its name would send shivers down the spines of the greatest warriors. Expeditions vanished, never to return, or come back depleted, with tales of unimaginable horrors and unbelievable treasures. But the veils of fog have lifted, as if pulled back by invisible hands. Queen Seraphine of Calabastia has issued a call to the bravest adventurers. Venture forth and claim reclaim this land, uncover its secrets, and let civilization flourish where none have dared. Will you heed the call? Will you embark upon ships through the sapphire expanse, or trek through the known lands of Calabastia to face the unknown? The once unyielding fog hid ancient ruins, mystical creatures, and regions as varied as they are wild, from the enchanting Ivy Grove forest to the treacherous Crimson Marches. What powers lifted the fog? What might you encounter in these untamed lands? Only the boldest will find out. New friends await, new foes lurk, and new stories are waiting to be written. Who will you be in this tale of courage, exploration, and adventure? Will you become a legend, or just another cautionary tale whispered in the mead halls of Cala? The choice, brave adventurer, is yours. Woo! So yeah, that's kind of the introduction to the campaign I've been working on. So I'm, like I said, I literally have like just basic information about some regions, about like kind of the history of stuff, and don't have much more beyond that. You know, like, what was the mist? Why was it there? You know, all of that stuff. But the reason why I want to do a campaign like this, basically, the region, the whole place is going to have, you know, different areas that can be explored. There's the main lands of Calabastia that comprise of places like Verdantis, which is you know, lush green fields and forests. The Marinae, which is a city, it's a port city that is has a huge, strong navy. Volcana, which is a mining town surrounded by barren lands on the edges of a volcano. The lands of Guert Natal, you know, there's a great forest there. There's quicksands. There's frosty mountains, crimson marshes. Oh, hold on. It's with a K. You know, and then to the west, you have the Sapphire Expanse, you know, essentially the different, or the equivalent of the Sea of Swords. But you have like Isle Mystica, a densely forested island home to elusive magical creatures. Gull Perch Archipelago, a small cluster of islands known for excellent fishing grounds. And Thundertop Isle, an island with an active volcano that frequently erupts, but somehow doesn't destroy the island. Yeah, so yeah, this is something I'm working on. And when I looked at Bastions and I looked at Strongholds and Followers, you know, I still had that on the mind. When I saw Bastions, I was like, this is the kind of thing that I need. I want to have a campaign where it's like, hey, here's a new land, go and explore, set your ground in there. And, you know, with this, I can have multiple players that have multiple bastions, and things can take long periods of time, because there is an overarching story within this setting, which is the whole thing of what was the fog and why did it, you know, why did it appear and why did it take over the lands of Guert Natal, you know, or, you know, why were the Haslands covered in fog and, you know, haze and mist for all those centuries, and why has it now suddenly appeared and, like, you know, come you know, to fruition and come out of that? that could be, you know, one of the quests, but I want it to be like, oh, I want to go on a pirating adventure. Awesome, sweet. Let's shift the camera over to the Sapphire Expanse and we can do an adventure over here. And it's like, oh, cool. I want to do an adventure where we explore stuff like, you know, deserts and deserts and like stuff that's in sandstorms. And it's like, cool, let's go to the quicksand pits over in Guert Natal. Oh, we want to do adventures in like a gross swampy marsh area. Sweet, the Crimson Marshes. I want to do Ice Base. Sweet, Frost Peak Mountains. And it's like, those are all regions where there is actively stuff kind of always going on. There's places where there's new stuff needing to be explored to the east and stuff that can still be explored to the west. And also in the central part of the whole coast is like, hey, there's shit that can still be done around here too. Some more basic things of like, oh, hey, one of our local towns has stopped paying its tithing. Could you go and check on that? And then you find out that it's been taken over by a vampire. So, yeah. All right, well, I feel like I am rambling on a bit now. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice, 4:20. So, thanks for joining me, everyone, as we got the opportunity to look over these Bastions and everything that they had. I'm not disappointed, or let me rephrase this. I'm not angry. I'm just kind of disappointed with what they did. It needs overhauled and it needs tuned down. Doesn't need to be so complicated with so many options. Just give players the ability to have some freedom with a building. Give us some hirelings. Let them do some cool stuff here and there, and let that be that. So, thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. I'll see you later. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Night.